Thank you so much, Wendy. Appreciate it. Welcome everybody to tonight's Milpitas City Council meeting. We're just getting started here. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to go to closed session. Before we do, let's check in with our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for any announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to note for the public and the council that there are 4 items you are considering in closed session this evening. One is conference with labor negotiators regarding the various bargaining groups on the agenda. The second is conference with legal counsel existing litigation regarding the treatment plant dispute. The third is conference with legal counsel anticipated litigation regarding the legal dispute with the tributary agencies. And then finally, conference with labor negotiators regarding the city attorney contract. But thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Chris. All right, folks, we're going to go to closed session, and we'll be back as soon as possible.
I'm on the wrong meeting. Rochelle, can you send me the new link?
I'll text it to you, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Hold on.
Hey, everybody. Good evening. Welcome to tonight's Milpitas City Council meeting. If you're streaming from Facebook Live or YouTube.com, anywhere you are in Milpitas and around, thanks for tuning in. I want to give a shout out to our city staff for being here. I see the attendees list. And so shout out to our city staff for public service, dedicating careers to our community. So I just want to get everybody involved here tonight as we move forward. We're going to go ahead and get back to business here. Folks, it is 7:20 and your city council was in closed session a little bit longer than scheduled, but that's okay. We're here now. We're ready to go. We'll go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for any announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to note for the public and the council that the council did give direction in closed session to staff, but there's nothing to report out from closed session. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And we'll move on here to the Pledge of Allegiance. Stand as you may. I will read the pledge and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And moving on here, the invocation. Tonight's invocation presented by Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the opportunity to introduce our guests in order to open our invocation for this meeting this evening. At this time, I just want to go ahead and check in with staff and see if Kevin is on inside the meeting yet. Staff.
Kevin is there.
I have permission to speak now?
There you are. Hi, Kevin. How are you?
Oh, hello, everyone. Wow. Oh, beautiful.
Okay.
I love it. I love it.
Thank you so much for being with us today. So you definitely have made an impact in our community. And so I'm going to go ahead and let you do what you do best, but I definitely want to welcome you to our city council meeting here in the city of Milpitas. Everyone, please meet Kevin. Kevin is part of an organization that speaks truth and is called Asians with Attitude. This is an organization that has been very active, not only in Milpitas, San Jose, and other cities in our region, but I definitely wanted to welcome Kevin to give a message of unity as we move tonight to make some very important decisions for our city. Go ahead, Kevin. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. As Karina mentioned, my name is Kevin NG, and I would like to first thank you all for allowing me to be in your space and speaking a little bit of my voice. I would like to kick it off by sharing a quote. The most valuable gift you can give anybody in the world is time. Because once you give it, you can never get it back. You can lend someone $100 and they don't want to pay you back, but you can make $100 back. So that's what we're giving each other right now is time. But now how you utilize that time is what makes a lasting impact. The power of words. The main reason why I'm here today is because I was able to connect with Miss Karina when she was giving a speech about woman empowerment. To as men, how are we going to allow our women to own her voice, own their voice? Words are so powerful in so many ways, even the words that are unspoken. The words I love you can mean a lot of things. The words I'm in love with you can mean a lot of things. But one word can also cause destruction for the whole world. And that word is this, war. And we're all familiar with that. So my message to you all today, whatever your purpose of your meeting is how are you using your words to express gratitude, to express kindness, to express love? When was the last time you told someone thank you? or that I see you, that I care about you. How can I help you? Or when was the last time you gave someone a smile or a lending hand or a shoulder to lean on? And these words, all these words are coming out of my soul right now because we're living in a world right now that's filled with so much hatred. Yes, I'm part of a movement called Asians with Attitude. It's a movement, it's not a gang. But the most beautiful thing about this movement is that I never met any one of this 100 people that I'm working with now until the last 2 months. We came from all walks of life. And the common goal is this: stop Asian hate, stop Latino hate, stop Black hate, stop white hate, stop all hate. Because even though the world's filled with so much hatred, there's no excuse for anybody, for that matter, to not love twice as harder. And I'm a firm believer that as long as you are breathing, there's no excuse to not be kind. So my last message to sum it up would say, you are breathing, you have the value of, you got the valuable breath of air. How are you going to use your words in this meeting today to create lasting change in our community? Thank you for allowing me to be here.
Thank you so much for your heartwarming message. Definitely received. Thank you again for being with us today. That concludes our invocation ceremony.
Thank you very much, council member and our guest, Kevin. Fantastic. Moving on here to presentations. First up, we have a couple proclamations and then a commendation with a special guest as well. We've got some great guests in the building tonight. Okay, first proclamation. Before I begin, I do want to thank our city staff for helping me. I want folks out in Milpitas to know that when it comes to the presentations, I get a lot of help from our city staff, and I'm really grateful for the support. It's really so hard to kind of do this job without the support in virtual city hall. But I do want to thank our executive secretary as well as our city clerk for always ensuring our presentations are very fit. And I know that whoever the next mayor is going to be will have a great support cast. So thank you so much to our city staff. Okay, here we go. First proclamation. We're going to recognize Vietnamese American Heritage Month here in April. Vietnamese Americans are the fourth largest Asian American group, and California is home to the largest community of Vietnamese Americans. Vietnamese folks immigrated to the United States significantly after the end of the Vietnam War, which to many is April 30th, 1975. And hence, this proclamation is here in April. And this community quickly built strong neighborhoods and started small businesses and became proud members of the United States Armed Forces. Vietnamese Americans have a profound impact on our society as leaders in all facets of American life, thriving as athletes and public servants, entrepreneurs, artists, you name it. Therefore, I, Rich Tran, the mayor of the city of Milpitas, proclaim this month, here we are, as Vietnamese American Heritage Month, to honor and recognize the entrepreneurship and fortitude of individuals who have helped build our community and our country. Pretty neat thing here in Milpitas. I tend to shy away from the fact that, when I was first elected, the headline said first Vietnamese American mayor, as well as council member fan. And so that's a pretty neat thing we get to all be a part of, just celebrating our diversity. But I think everybody knows Councilmember Fan and I, we're more than just Vietnamese Americans. We're proud Americans, and we really extend ourselves thoroughly in the community. And so that's a pretty neat thing.
And Bruins.
Yeah. Vietnamese community here in Milpitas, I do want to spend some moments to talk about our community. I think we are a city of immigrants. Over half of our population overall is immigrants. Last time I checked was 51%. Maybe the number's gone up a tad. But just Vietnamese Americans and immigrants in Milpitas, I think we're like the fourth largest group I think it starts with Filipinos, and then Hispanic, Latino, and then white folks, European heritage, and then Vietnamese and Chinese are pretty close after that. So just really great to be a part of a community that's just so balanced and mixed. And Vietnamese immigrants, they do come to Milpitas because of the love and the acceptance from all groups, and so we accept and love everybody here in town. Okay, here, moving on to the next proclamation, National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. This one's really, I'm excited about this one. We are so proud of this particular proclamation, which our city really, we really make it known a year after year. And if I was in the chamber right now, I'd be at the podium just pounding the podium and just so proud. But we do want to proclaim National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. It's a week where communities across the United States recognize those who help save lives in times of personal or national crisis. Telecommunicators Week was created to raise public awareness of the hard work and dedication of public safety communicators. They are the first and most critical contact members of the public that the public have with emergency services, and are a vital link to our police officers, firefighters, and EMTs and paramedics. Therefore, I, Rich Tran, Mayor of the City of Milpitas, proclaim the week of April 11th to the 17th as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. Again, and always again, to honor the women and men that demonstrate compassion, understanding, and professionalism each and every day. Okay, there you have it. Those are the two proclamations. Moving on to the commendation for tonight. And it's another one that we do to the American Red Cross. And before I introduce our guests from the ARC, I'm going to say a few words. On behalf of the Milpitas City Council, I, Rich Tran, Mayor of the City of Milpitas, recognize and commend the ARC for its critical work during ARC Month 2021. For over 139 years, the ARC has provided services to those in need, regardless of race, religion, gender, sexual orientation, or citizenship status, and is one of the largest humanitarian organizations in the world. In response to the current COVID-19 pandemic, the ARC worked closely with the public health officials to test all blood, platelet, and plasma donations for COVID-19 antibodies, so they can help COVID patients in need of convalescent plasma transfusion. That was pretty tough, all the medical terminology. Additionally, the ARC assisted Santa Clara County and the city of Milpitas this past summer with sheltering numerous evacuees from the SCU, CZU wildfires into 2 Milpitas hotels. Can you believe that was only last year? Oh, wow. We salute the outstanding efforts of the ARC, not only during March, but throughout the past year, and wish them continued success in the year ahead. We want to make sure we get this commendation in. So let's go ahead and present it. We have from the American Red Cross, our great representative, Katie Roper.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I am Katie Roper. I'm a member of the board of the Red Cross of Silicon Valley. I would also like to commend one of the incredible volunteers at the Red Cross who is a Milpitas resident. I don't know if Amy Stanley is on the call, but as you may or may not know, the Red Cross is primarily a volunteer-driven organization. And one of our most incredible volunteers in the Silicon Valley chapter is Amy Stanley, who is a senior in Milpitas High School. And she has been the president of the Red Cross Youth Club, has done an amazing job of pivoting the club from in-person meetings to virtual meetings during this crazy time we're all in. And under her leadership, we've had the largest youth participation rate in the state of California for our local club. So Amy's done a wonderful job, and we wish her all the best. And we're honored to accept the commendation. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us here tonight, Katie, and you enjoy your evening. Okay. That's it for presentations. I suspect we'll have some more 2 weeks from now. Moving on here to the public forum. All right, let's welcome our guest on the Zoom. If you're tuning in from a Facebook live stream or youtube.com, we do take public comment. You can engage, you definitely can engage with us through Zoom. If you're in front of a computer or any type of other device that has the ability for a Zoom capable platform, an app or a website, a browser. Zoom is how we're doing our kind of public comments. And so folks that have been here with us throughout this pandemic, wow, it's been over a year, folks. Can you believe it? We've really adapted, and I'm just so proud of our city and city staff for just all the changes that we've never seen before. But here we are. We're used to the Zoom now. Are we? I'm not sure, but we're here on Zoom, and this is how you're going to interact, folks. If you're tuning in and you wanted to give a public comment tonight or in the future, you're going to have to download Zoom if you don't have it. If you have Zoom, you're ready to go. But if you really like, you got to please download Zoom if you haven't, and then you can go to our City of Milpitas website and attain the link on our City Council agenda. And that you'll be able to log in of sorts to provide public comment. And then, I mean, you're literally in this room, also known as a Zoom with us. And we're always happy to have folks here together in Milpitas. So we're doing public comment tonight. We're doing 1 minute, folks, public comment, 1 minute tonight, all around. First up here with the virtual raised hand for public comment, 1 minute of Voltaire Montemayor.
Yeah, this is Voltaire Montemayor, the mayor, vice mayor, city council members, city manager, and staff. Yes, in line with our invocation, Mr. Kevin, should I say? I didn't exactly can mention the full name. Less than a year ago, I wrote a page in the paper, and I said, the COVID-19 pandemic brought world health crisis and sufferings. Economy collapse. Formulate vaccines as we abide in health safety rules. We will try business, parks, schools, worship places reopens, industries regain, revenue up, hopefully, confidence restored. Thanks God. We observe
Your microphone, Mr. Montemayor, your time is still permitting. Okay, thank you so much. Next up, Lauren Lai, welcome. Okay, I don't see a further virtual raised hand for Lauren Lai. Did you? Okay. All right, folks, keep your virtual raised hand up. We'll be good to go. Next up, Lisa Oliver.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Lisa Oliver. I'm a climate activist. I've come to speak to you today to raise awareness about the climate crisis and the need to take action. Scientists tell us that we have 10 years to reduce carbon emissions by half and 30 years to reach net zero or face irreversible collapse of Earth systems. The damage is already occurring. We are in the midst of a sixth mass extinction, and we can lose half of our species this century. Greenland's ice sheet has melted to a point of no return, even with carbon mitigation. I recommend that the city, the council, mayor, city staff read the House Select Committee report, Solving the Climate Crisis, the Congressional Action Plan for a Clean Energy Economy and a Healthy, Resilient, and Just America. It is a national blueprint for climate action. Conduct a critical review of city policy and procedures to ensure the carbon mitigation and energy efficiency, water use and food waste, pollution reduction and recycling, and land and wildlife.
Thank you very much, Lisa. I appreciate you very much. And you know what? You changed my life. I will read that, and I will read that. But our city, through Silicon Valley Clean Energy, we've taken over $60 million of carbon off of the planet Earth, and we're the only city in California to be awarded the Mayor's Climate Protection Award. All right. I see virtual raised hands up. I don't want to have too much of a discussion. Maybe brief comments, and then there's multiple virtual raised hands up. I do want to.
I just wanted to ask if we can get that House Select Committee report sent to all of us.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
There we go. Okay. And then Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I know traditionally staff would have the little note cards with the contact information. Is it possible for staff to please get her information and email it? I would love to have a follow-up conversation with the person that just made a statement. Thank you.
Fantastic. Great. Yeah, I think on Zoom, there's a sort of an email within the registration. So that's great. All right. Next up, we have James Custers. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and the City Council. My only real concern is since March of 2020, we all know what happened. COVID hit the United States and the rest of the world, and the city had to close all the city parks. There's a very small park near where I live called Calle Oriente Park. It's been closed ever since, and we're in the orange tier now, so I'm just wondering, why is this park still closed and why can't we open it? It's in a very small rental area where there's multiple buildings with lots of multi-unit properties. And right now the kids, if they want to stay in our area, the only choice they have is play indoors or play on busy driveways, or the parents have to take them over to Cardozo Park or something like that. The close park should be open again.
Thank you very much. And I believe if you have a chat function, put your email there, just in case we don't get your email, James. Put your email there and our staff will follow up with the response. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Barbara Navarro. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I know there's been a lot of talk about the Midtown specific plan. And I think during the general plan update, it was mentioned that it would hopefully be on track to begin in July of this year. And I was wondering if it was still on track. And today, when I was listening to the Parks and Rec Commission, Vice Mayor was there. She mentioned that there was going to be some community meetings to get feedback from the community on what they would like to see on Main Street. So I'm very interested in that. And I just wanted to know if the Midtown specific plan was still on target for July of this year. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Barbara. Very dedicated resident GR. Appreciate you. And we'll get a response to you. We'll keep going here. Next up, we have Jackie Romero. And I think we'll look for you to unmute your microphone.
Hello?
Yes, welcome.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Tran and council members. I'm a resident since 1983. Student and now mother of 2 high school students at Milpitas High School. As a membership chair for the Milpitas High School Athletic Booster Club, I'm first and foremost want to thank our community partners for supporting our club through the donations and membership. It was really nice to see you at the game, Mayor Tran, the football game that other night. So thanks for supporting the kids, the youth of our community. I just want to take a quick moment to thank Council Member Karina Dominguez, Vice Mayor Montano for the donation and membership. Also, Overton Properties has donated to our organization, and also to the charity bingo for giving us the opportunity to raise funds. Tonight, I'm asking if you could help us in any way to rally support so we can get some more membership to our club for the kids, for the sports programs at the high school. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll submit my booster fee. I will join. So, okay, great. That's it with the virtual raised hands. I don't see anybody else. Hey, this is what it's all about, folks. I love Milpitas. The city of Milpitas, you know, just their ultra responsiveness. You know, you talk about public service and excellence, and so I think the city of Milpitas and staff, every single person for really their dedication, because that's what it takes. Next up, we're moving on to announcements and future agenda items. And I'm going to go to our city manager, Steve McHarris.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Good evening, and good evening, members of the council. I do have a couple announcements, but I also wanted to hit on something very important. I just heard a little bit about the Midtown plan, so I'll make that announcement as well. For anybody not tracking this, I know we have a lot of folks that are signed up and receiving information on this topic. It is on track for July as far as starting that off. And we do have some community meetings where we're looking for ideas and community input early on. So we'll be doing that in this month, as well as May and June. Just go ahead and go onto the city's website and click on the planning department page and take a look, and you'll get that information there. So that's for everybody in the community. So with that, I have a couple other announcements. First, we are starting an in-home COVID-19 vaccination program. The city staff have been working closely with Santa Clara County Public Health in the rolling out of this plan for in-home vaccination clinic. The county is following the Medicare eligibility criteria for residents who need the help of another person or medical equipment, such as crutches, a walker, a wheelchair to leave the home, or the doctor believes that the individual's health or illness could get worse when the person leaves the home. The county will be setting up the appointments. They will be determining the eligibility, and they've collaborated with the city to determine vaccination locations. So our fire department will begin the in-home vaccine program on April 14th. With an estimated 5 vaccines given per day, we anticipate these vaccinations will be completed by April 23rd. So I also have a second announcement. As you know, we have a new finance director with Lauren Lai joining us last month. You may have seen her just last week leading our second community budget presentation. Lauren is exceptionally qualified in city finances, is already an integral part of the team. She is one more reason the city will recover sooner and stronger under her leadership as we rise out of the COVID fiscal crisis with a balanced budget. Lauren joins the team with 25 years of professional experience and 15 years as finance director in the cities of Marina, Capitola, and most recently Monterey. So that concludes my announcements, Mayor. Thank you.
I'm so excited. I don't want to overcross my boundaries or anything, but here in Milpitas, we don't just welcome people, we give a Milpitas welcome. And this is what we've done for all the years I've been here. And is it okay to ask you, Steve, if Lauren can say a few words and introduce herself as our finance director and leader to our community?
I think that sounds like an announcement. I think Chris Diaz would concur. Lauren, could you join us for an announcement about yourself and joining us?
Welcome.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you so much, Council and this community. I'm really excited to be here. As the city manager gave everyone my background, I want to let you know where my heart is. My heart is in public service, and I think a lot of it comes from my immigrant background. So it's a pleasure, it's an honor to serve America, to serve California, and now to serve this wonderful, diverse community called the city of Milpitas. So I'm really excited to be here. I'm beaming with joy, and I've been hitting the ground running. So I look forward to serving all of you and seeing things come together and building and continuing the financial successes that we have here and into the future.
Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you. I'm so happy. And our city is in great hands financially. All right. Thank you so much. Announcements here. I want to go along to the dais I did see a virtual raised hand earlier. I apologize if I missed it. Councilmember Fan, my colleague, my servant, partner in service. I want to make sure I don't overlook you or anything. Did you want to say anything from Councilmember Fan from earlier, or?
Yeah, sure. I was just going to say that one, welcome Lauren to the team. Really going to need your help in these tough fiscal days to come. And two, I wanted to make sure everybody was aware that the Kiwanis Club is having a fundraiser at Giorgio's, and that's going to be Monday, April 12th, and Tuesday, April 13th. You can come between 11:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. And bring one of the vouchers. You can find that on the Kiwanis Club Facebook page. I'll also be sharing that, and it'll be supporting, a really great cause. So I hope you join us in supporting this community organizations. That's it on my end.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. I seen your virtual raised hand up during the public forum, so I just wanted to make sure I covered here. So we'll announcements here. We're going to keep going. Vice Mayor Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. And also welcome, Lauren. It's really great to have you on board. So great. I'm sure you do a fantastic job. So one of my requests is I'd like the city to create some welcoming signs in key areas in the city of Milpitas. I was driving around the other day and I was like, you know what, we don't have some, welcome to Milpitas signs. I mean, some really nice ones. And so I'd like to see that. And the other thing I want is I've been wanting this for a long time. When I was serving alongside Mayor Estevez, there was a time when we were thinking about creating an international park with the Tom Evatt Park. It's a one over there on Main Street, South Main Street. So I'd like to create a rose garden. That's what at that time, that's what my request was. But anyway, that didn't work out. So I want to bring it again, a rose garden. And in this rose garden will be a children's memorial site where parents that have lost children in the city of Milpitas. As you recall, one of our parents lost the Dugalugs. I don't know if you remember him. And he passed away a couple of years ago. And one of the fields at the Milpitas Sports Center baseball site is named after him. What do you call those? The dugout. The dugout. There you go. So I'd like that. I would like to request that the city look into that. So those are my two announcements.
That'd be great, Vice Mayor. Some welcome signs here in the town, maybe off the freeways, key areas. Maybe our commission can take a look at it, the funding, or we can do other things. Just be great for anybody coming into town to know that this is Milpitas. Okay, great. Any objections? I see none. We're moving on here. Next, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. First up, the Santa Clara Milpitas Library, they're busy prepping the library for an opening on April 11th. So all our guests, all our residents can go to the library from then on. So That's great news. The next one, I just want to formalize this. I mentioned this before, and I want to formalize it and be on our task list. To the executive team, the CMOs, the city managers team, I would like to see a plan on how to increase the number of businesses doing business with our city. That would help our businesses here in Milpitas. And the second one is, I would like, since this is April, maybe towards the end of April, or maybe the beginning of May, I would like to see the statistics on how many Milpitas and house were assessed, and also what homeless sites we have cleaned up. I would like to see that. It's an update because I asked this like on a quarterly basis, and I would like to get a status now. Well, that's it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think that's great. I think that's great. Okay, next, let's see here. Are there any further virtual raised hands? Let me go down the list here. Yes, next up we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First, I would like to invite the community. I know that there has been some questions surrounding the different legislative laws that have changed around some of the criminal justice system. This one in particular has to do with Senate Bill 823, which closes the California Department of Juvenile Justice, which is the state system that currently houses and treats youth who have committed the most serious crimes. And so now the youth will be housed locally. So I just want to mention that the county is going to be hosting some facilitation community forums. The next one is going to be tomorrow from 5 to 7. And then they'll have another one on Monday, April 12th from 5 to 7. And that one will be in Spanish and in English. So I'll make sure to share the information with Steve. So maybe we could post it on our social media outlets. So our community, if they are interested in attending, they could go ahead and provide their feedback through attendance. The second one, second request that I would like to kindly make to this council is I would like to have a conversation around developing a pilot neighborhood association program. And so I hope that I could get your support, and I'll definitely make sure that I bring a memo so you guys can learn more about what that idea is. And that's coming through one of our neighborhood leaders. And so I hope that I could get your support to have further conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think typically cities don't get involved with private neighborhood associations. I just want to make sure we're not overstepping our boundaries as a city or any other city in California. Let's check in with, I'm not sure if it's not really a legal thing, so I'm not really checking in with the attorney, but what's the best practice? That's kind of my question for cities. Maybe our city manager could shed some light. Maybe that's a question we all need to answer.
It may be something I need to look into, but as my former career as a city planner, quite often neighborhood associations might be included in conditions of approval for a subdivision or building of some type. The reason being so that governance that happens in that community happens there and not through city hall and disputes and maintaining the quality. Yeah.
Let's look into it. Let's all look into it.
It all happens privately, so.
Let's all look into it. Yeah. Yeah, we don't want to do anything, it's public, not private. So, yeah, we'll look into it. Okay, get more information. So yeah, let's move forward with that. I just want to make sure our city is appropriate in terms of private neighborhood associations. Okay, great. Any more announcements, folks? Okay, great. Well, I don't have any announcements tonight. I just want to really thank our community members for being with us. We are coming out of, I think, towards the light at the end of the tunnel, actually, for COVID. I have my COVID appointment scheduled for this month. Pardon me, my vaccination against COVID scheduled for this month. And I want to encourage our community members to also get vaccinated. And that's up to you, folks. It's your decision. But I do care about people and folks' health. And I think our elected officials are a really good example of the leadership in terms of getting vaccinated. Let's really demonstrate to our community who's been vaccinated, who's done their part in the fight against COVID. One, anybody else? Two, city manager, city attorney, vice mayor. Fantastic. And so, hey, folks, you see the leadership before you, and thank you. You see the leadership before you, and it's really important if we're going to get through this time in our lives that we all do our part, and we could do it in many different ways. And so please join us in terms of getting vaccinated, if I may say, but it's up to you. It's your option. Okay, great. And I look forward to like our city manager said, I look forward to our fire department really playing a big role with the mobile vaccination. So we'll move on here to announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I ask the mayor and each council member whether he or she has any personal or financial conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. We'll start with Councilmember Fan.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Chua.
None.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Montana.
None.
Thank you. And Mayor Tran.
None.
Thank you. I'd also ask the mayor and the city council to please disclose any campaign contributions of 100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into a contract with the city on tonight's agenda or any development project applicant on tonight's agenda. Councilmember Fan.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Chua.
None.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Montana.
None.
Thank you. And Mayor Tran.
None.
Let the record reflect none to both questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And if you can carry us on as usual.
Yeah, happy to do so, Mayor. So I'm going to go ahead and read the Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. And as I've indicated in the past, that is the Zoom platform we are on tonight. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. And then finally, the council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Moving on here to approval of agenda. It looks good to me. I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
We have a second from the vice mayor. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself as an aye. The agenda is approved. Thank you very much. Moving on to the consent calendar. I'd like to add number 16 to the consent calendar. I want to check in with Councilmember Fan about 17. I am really 100% behind it, and I would like for it to be on the consent. It's up to you, Councilmember Fan, if that's something.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And just a brief statement, brief sentence, actually. Councilmember Fan, if you want to give a sentence or two, what that'll mean.
Yeah, it's just basically requesting the city attorney come back with some options for us to respond to how third-party restaurant delivery services are responding to our food cap ordinance. So we'll respond accordingly to close any loopholes.
Exactly. Thank you so much. Consumer protection right there, and small business advocacy. Thank you very much. All right.
Mayor Tran and Councilmember Fan, just to note for you, we will return to you at a future meeting. It may not be with a final ordinance, but we'll have some thoughts to share with you with staff's assistance. Economic Development has been looking into this with our assistance. So we'll bring all of that to the table and then get direction from the council.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful. Moving it along step by step. That's what it takes. Okay, back to the consent. I want to add 16. I want to add 17, also 19, and one more 20. Okay, that's for the consent. And I want to go to virtual raised hand, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I don't want to pull C11, consent 11, but I want to make a comment on it.
Sure, that'd be great, actually.
Do you want it now?
Yeah, please, just a brief sentences thing.
just, I just like, I'm just in awe that I really appreciate Team Milpitas, and that's our city manager, assistant city manager Ashwini, and our deputy city manager Walter. I came up with this proposal less than a week, and they came up already. It's on the agenda within a few days. It's the write-up and the resolution were ready. Isn't that amazing? And also with the help of Tim Rowe, Congressman Ro Khanna, and Kevin and Tom, and of course you, Mayor. Thank you for your support on this one. I'm really excited. Hopefully we can get this done. It's really good for the city. Thank you, Team Milpitas. You're awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much,
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Chua. Thank you. Oh gosh. Yeah, but we'll see where it goes. You know, there's a lot of moving parts there, especially in DC. So we are putting our palms together. Let me do that, please, please. Infrastructure. Okay. All right. All right. We're on the consent calendar. We're on the consent calendar. That's how important infrastructure is. I tell you. Okay. I don't see any further virtual raised hands. We have the consent calendar items to add, and so very plain and clear. I'll go ahead and move the consent calendar for.
Second.
Chris, did you want to? I'm watching your mic. You good?
Just get a recap, just to note that that motion would include 16, 17, 19, and 20.
There it is. Okay, so I'll go ahead and move the consent calendar for approval. And I heard a second.
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor of virtual roll call, Councilmember Pham.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself as an aye, the consent calendar is approved. Moving on here, folks, public hearing. Item number 12, let's hold the public hearing and adopt the resolution approving the 2226 CIP Capital Improvement Program for the city of Milpitas. Hey, this is a very, very important item, and here we are. And I think for folks tuned in at home, you want to put your ear out to this one. Let's go to our Director of Engineering, Mr. Steve Erickson.
Evening, Mayor and City Council. Pleased to present the final 2022 to 2026 5-year capital improvement program. Next slide, please. So the timeline this year for the CIP was back in February 11th. We presented the proposed CIP document and had held a study session with the City Council. Then on March 1st, the Parks section of the capital improvement program was presented to the PRCRC. March 10th, we presented the 5-year document to the Planning Commission for review and for a finding of conformance with the city's general plan. And tonight, April 6th, we're looking for the City Council's consideration and adoption of the final CIP document. Next slide, please. So progress since the February fields at Cardozo Park and was placed in fiscal years 2022 to 2023, also in 23 and 24. So we split up the project over a couple of years to complete the design phase first in 2022, and then followed by construction afterwards. And that project is shown on pages 148 and 149 of your CIP document. The Public Works Department will also complete interim field improvements at Dixon Landing Park, and this is for the Bobby Sox teams. And this would be in fiscal years 2021 under Project 5108. As I mentioned, the Parks section of the CIP was presented to the Parks Recreation Resources Commission on March 1st. They accepted the Parks section and recommended it be approved by the City Council. And then the Planning Commission, we presented the CIP on March 10th. They adopted the resolution 21-005, finding the CIP in conformance with the city's general plan as required by Government Code Section 65401. Next slide, please. So key changes to the CIP document since the February 11th study session include the citywide parks and rehabilitation project number 3424. We increased funding by $200,000 for additional park repairs at Rock Park. Project for State Route 237, the HOV lane improvements, which is project number 4295. We increased funding by $100,000 for environmental review and impact analysis. The two lighting landscape maintenance districts, which are 95-1 and 98-1, project numbers 3402 and 3411, we revised funding for this next fiscal year, 21-22, based on budgets for both districts. For project 6118, which is the San Jose, Santa Clara Regional Wastewater Facility Improvement Project, we revised funding over 5 years based on the estimated cost projections provided by the San Jose in March. And the Sanitary Sewer Cathodic Protection Improvements Project 6131, we increased funding for additional assessment of the original force main pipeline that runs from the Milpitas pump station to the wastewater treatment plant. That pipeline's about 50 years old. Next slide, please. So now we'll look at the final capital improvement program for the next 5 years. Next slide, please. And just a reminder that the CIP and our projects are all done in conformance with the council's adopted budget priority areas. Next slide, please. So for this next 5 years, we're looking at a total estimated CIP cost of $219 million, just over that. It includes 133 projects. And you can see from the slide on the right side of the slide, the 6 categories of the CIP, starting with community improvements, parks, streets, water, sewer, and storm. We have the number of projects listed and the estimated cost for each category shown. One thing to note is that the totals shown here also include the amount of projects or the amounts of no funding for the projects, if that makes sense. So the total amount of funding that's not available to complete the projects shown on this slide is about $79 million. Next slide, please. So for the funding sources, or the funding that we do have, is almost 141 million. So we can complete $141 million in projects over the next 5 years. Next slide, please. So the 5-year funding summary. So you can see at the top, we have the fiscal year, starting with fiscal year 21-22, ending with 25-26 on the right. We have the internal funding amounts for each fiscal year, the external funding amounts, and the amount of no funding for each fiscal year is shown. So again, the total up to 5 years is $219.7 million is the CIP. However, about 78.9 million of that, there is no funding to complete. Next slide, please. For this next fiscal year, which is the funded year that starts July 1, we have 34 projects lined up. The total value of the projects is about $22.3 million. And you can see the breakdown for each of the 6 categories. Next slide, please. So this slide is the funding summary. It shows the 6 categories on the left-hand side, the estimated cost for each category. Again, 22.3 million at the total there at the bottom. We're not using any reserve funds. The next column is the amount of general government funding that is being used in each of the categories. as well as on the far left or right-hand side, the amount of funding that's coming from other sources. Next slide, please. So 3 new projects were added to the CIP. One is the Capital Improvement Program Administration Project, which provides for this document and over the next, each year actually, over the next 5 years. Includes preparation of the document, software programming assistance, printing of the document, etc. For fiscal year 21-22, the funded amount or the estimated cost is $385,000. Comes from several different funding sources. Next project was added in the 5th year of the CIP is the 2025 to 26 annual street resurfacing program. This is an estimated, well, it's an annual project with an estimated cost of $4.1 million. Again, it comes from several different funding sources. And the last project we added was the requested Cardozo Park softball field improvement project. The estimated cost of this is $5 million. However, it is not funded at this time. As I mentioned before, the project is split over 2 years. First year will be the design services, and then followed by construction once funding is available. Next slide, please. So this is a slide that shows So this is the community improvements section is on the left-hand side, followed by park improvements on the right. I will pause here for a second. Next slide, please. Again, this is the projects that will be funded this next fiscal year. The street improvements is listed on the left-hand side and water and sewer on the right. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the 5-year 2022 to 2026 CIP identifies 133 projects with available funding of $140.8 million. For this next fiscal year, 21-22, which starts July 1, we have 34 projects that will be funded with the estimated cost of $22.3 million. We added 3 new projects to the CIP, including the softball fields project for Cardozo Park. And again, the amount of no funding in the CIP, so projects that are not funded, equals $78.9 million. Next slide, please. So that completes the presentation. The recommendation is to open and close the public hearing, adopt a resolution to approve the City of Milpitas 2022 to 2026 capital improvement program. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Erickson, our Director of Engineering folks here at the City of Milpitas. Let's go straight to the public hearing motion. Open the public hearing. Looking for a second.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself and I, the public hearing is now open, folks, and we'll go to our attendees. First up, we have Voltaire Montemayor. Welcome. Okay, I think your microphone, hopefully it's already set up here. Mr. Montemayor, if you can, maybe it's your microphone, I'm not sure. I think we've connected you. Okay, I don't see your microphone sort of symbol on the Zoom or icon, or I'm not sure what it's called exactly. I don't see, but we're going to keep the public hearing open then. And if Mr. Montemayor is able to connect at any moment, we want to provide them a super fair opportunity Okay, I see two. Okay, almost there. Mr. Montemayor, just unmute. There it is. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, my laptop went off. I'm using my cell phone now. Oh yeah, thank you. One of the best engineering department, Engineer Erickson. Unmute, huh? I didn't unmute it. Anyway, I consider this budget like a chess match. Yeah, it's fairly well distributed. Good effort by the engineering department. In other words, the king are the people, the queen, city management, the pawns have powers also. Not to mention the pawns, bishop, knights, powers. They're all powers. So all these budgets are instantaneous, and we will consider adjustment intermittently. I think that I have. So great job, engineering department and the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Montemayor. Public hearing is still going on, folks. If you're here joining us on Zoom and you'd like to speak on this particular capital improvement program item, please do not hesitate to raise your virtual hand. We'll keep the public hearing open, and if folks want to chime in a little bit before we close it, then that's fine too. I'll bring the conversation back up here to the dais. I want to start off by saying thanks once again to Erickson and our whole city staff for putting this thing together. I think when I put my mind to this item, I'm just thinking about how pivotal it is here in the city of Milpitas. Any good elected official understands the CIP. They understand all the projects over each year, over the 5 years. They understand what's funded and what's not funded, because it takes certain sources of funding to fund certain things, and there are priority projects, and any good elected official understands that. It's really heartening to even see the CIP. I think without even meeting anybody that works for any city in California or America, when somebody picks up a CIP and just takes a look at the projects without even knowing the city, let's say, you can really tell a lot by a city by looking at the CIP. And I think for our CIP this year, we see the addition of the softball fields for Milpitas North Valley softball, the young ladies, Milpitas Monsters, and that speaks volumes, just to our officials, but more importantly to our community members. And so I want to really thank our elected officials, our city council, and our vice mayor for really advocating for the young ladies. They just had their opening day over this past weekend. I was out there with the vice mayor and the police department, and it's just so special what we have here in town. And so we're going to go forward tonight with the softball project. That being said, my last comments are really to my colleagues on the city council, and then as much to our city staff and our residents, always most important. We are in the most pivotal time in our city's history. We've been a city for 67 years, and I will tell you that right now, going forward, these next few years are the most pivotal times in our city's history. Let me check in with our deputy city manager real quick. Is he here? I got one question to ask him. Is our deputy city manager here? Is it okay? Is it cool if I do that? It's like a lifeline. Who wants to be a millionaire? Is our deputy? Hey, Walter. Sorry to unexpectedly request you, but can you tell us when the Measure F sales tax measure takes effect?
That actually took place on April 1st.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Man, whew, that was a lot of work. Yeah, April 1st, folks. And so, as you know it, our sales tax here in Milpitas is now a total of 9.25. Here we are. Oh, man. I can remember just last year when we were coming together to take measures for our city. So back to what I'm saying is, for anybody out there watching, this is some of the most important things I'll ever say as the mayor, as I conclude my time, is we've worked really hard as a city council, past leaders too, and president, and the future, it's on you now. We worked really hard to put this city in a really the most advantageous financial position. For the next 8 years, maximum, from now is when this 0.25% sales tax is going to be really in effect. And that's really a huge increase in our sales tax revenue. And so in thinking about the CIP and just funding sources, not all of our revenues, sales tax is going to go to the CIP, but there's going to be some impact. Really, in addition, if we want to go back even further, we have our hotel tax that went up. Thank you, Milpitas voters. Really, all the thanks. That went from 10 to 14%. So putting it all together for our city of Milpitas, I think as the local economy comes back, along with our national and hopefully the global economy, our city is going to really reap a lot of rewards for our community members and our voters and our taxpayers. More revenue will be generated as our economy recovers over these 8 years, I think, than in the history of our city. And so, this CIP, as you look at this next 5 years, I think my colleagues I'm talking to, our elected officials, and whoever is sitting in here and on dais as we move forward, it's so imperative that that person looks at all the projects, because the money is going to come, and I'm going to knock on some wood. The money is going to come. Things are going to reopen. I think in the news today, I hate to say coincidentally, but today, we all read the news, and I think the state of California is looking to open up June 15th. I was on the social media yesterday, or was it? I seen over in a different part of the country, they had a baseball game full of 40,000 people. So, we do have one of the nation's premier arenas and stadiums only 3 miles from Milpitas. Our hotels are doing great. You don't see any major bankruptcies as we read in our neighboring cities. And there's a steady stream of hotel taxes that are coming in. And then the sales tax with the mall opening, more businesses coming into town. I'm very confident that we're going to secure a lot more tax revenue. And, for me to be here really this next year or two, if I may, it's exciting for me too. But I'm saying to the city of Milpitas, folks have been working here for X amount of years, decades even, and to our residents, I don't really take tonight's CIP very lightly, even though it's the shortest one I've ever about to approve. But everybody should be very understanding and aware that the next 8 years, it's going to be roaring. It's going to be the roaring 20s. And I'm so excited for our city and for our CIP going forward. So thank you for listening to me. And if you understand, then more power to you. I want to go to my colleagues here. If there's anybody with a virtual raised hand. Okay, I see one. Next up, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the time. I'll make it short. I definitely just wanted to thank staff. You guys have worked so hard, and the fruits of your labor are seen in what's presented before us today. I definitely also want to thank our community who has been working with all of us and making sure that the priorities that you want to see in this particular CIP are in there, which includes equity for young girls, which definitely melts my heart. I can't wait to see these fields, and maybe one day my own grandchildren will play in them. And so I'm really excited, and I do thank every member of this council. I know that every single one of us played a pivotal part in that, but most importantly, our community did. And so that is what happens when organizing and when our community members form a partnership with their elected leaders. And so I definitely want to, again, echo everything the mayor has said, but I definitely want to give kudos to our staff. You guys are amazing. We're small but mighty, and everyone knows it in this region. So thank you very much for your work.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Dominguez. Any further virtual raised hands? Any community members? The public hearing is still open. Yeah, we kept it open. Okay, it's the CIP. It's the CIP. All right. Okay. I'll make a motion to close the public hearing. Looking for a second. We have a second by the Vice Mayor. All in favor of virtual call of closing the public hearing. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano. I think that's an aye. Yeah, I didn't hear it, but
Oh, aye. Oops.
okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Myself is an aye, and the public hearing is now closed. And we'll move on to the second part. Let's adopt a resolution approving the 22-26 capital improvement program here in the city of Milpitas. I'll make a motion to approve to adopt the resolution approving the CIP. Looking for a second.
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor of virtual call, Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself is an aye, and so that resolution is approved. There we have it, the 22-26 CIP program here in the pandemic of our lives. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll move on to the next public hearing. Let's conduct the public hearing and consider the approval of the draft fiscal year 1920 Community Development Block Grant CDBG calls Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report. Acronym is CAPER. And here we'll go to our agenda. We have our Director of Building Safety and Housing, Sharon Goy.
Good evening, Mayor. Actually, I'll be doing the presentation this evening.
Okay, great. And this is Robert, our Housing Authority Administrator. How you doing?
I'm doing well, sir. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and City of Milpitas residents. My name is Robert Muslim. I'm the Housing Authority Administrator for the city. Tonight's presentation will be to discuss the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, often shortened to CAPER, for fiscal year 1920. So some quick background. Community Development Block Grant funds are administered by HUD. And this funding is allocated to each city for the primary benefit of low and moderate income households. And the allocations we are reviewing tonight were allocated by the City Council on June 11th, 2019. Next slide, please. So what is the CAPER? The CAPER is a HUD required document that evaluates the performance of the grantee during a particular fiscal year. The city is required to submit the accomplishments of each activity to HUD and measure their progress towards the consolidated plan goals. This CAPER is the third progress report for the 2017-2022 consolidated plan that was approved by the City Council in 2017. Next slide, please. So in the next 4 slides, I'm going to describe the accomplishments from fiscal year 2019 to 2020 activities. In the larger font and underlined, you will see the high-level consolidated plan goal. Underneath it, you will see the subgrantee that was allocated funding and their accomplishments for the year. So under maintain and preserve existing housing, Rebuilding Together made repairs to 28 Milpitas households, serving a total of 51 residents. Under affordable housing rental rehabilitation, Terrace Gardens met their goal of completing 3 separate capital projects to replace a boiler, updating the floor in the common area, and to replace the ice machine. In total, Terrace Gardens benefited each of their 148 households with each activity. Next slide, please. Under fair housing, Project Sentinel assisted 6 residents in fair housing cases, held 8 drop-in clinic services at City Hall, and overall assisted 113 residents with fair housing related needs. Under public services for children and youth, Child Advocates connected 7 Milpitas foster youth to a court-appointed special advocate. Next slide, please. Under Public Services for Seniors, Catholic Charities provided 76 unduplicated clients with visits under their long-term care program. Senior Adults Legal Assistance provided free legal services to 34 Milpitas residents age 62 years or older. Silicon Valley Independent Living Center provided housing search assistance to 31 Milpitas residents. And the Health Trust provided 3,881 hot meals to 31 homebound low-income seniors. Next slide, please. Under Public Services for Domestic Violence Support, Next Door Solutions provided 46 residents with supportive services and responded to 143 crisis calls. YWCA provided assistance to 26 residents through 38 crisis calls, while also serving 114 persons with crisis counseling. And finally, under Public Improvements, which includes accessibility and improving public facilities, we have Life Moves. While this project to make critical repairs to the Commercial Street Inn shelter, which services homeless families with children, was delayed due to COVID-19, Life Moves has reported that they will complete the project this month, April 2021. Despite the delay with this project, Life Move was able to provide assistance to 21 Milpitas residents during this fiscal year. Next slide, please. So this table provides an overview of what I just described. So as you can see, there are a few areas where our goals were not met for the year. However, it should be noted that the onset of COVID-19 occurred at the end of Q3 and the beginning of Q4 of this fiscal year. In our standard check-in discussions with our subgrantees, many of them noted the pandemic as the main reason why they were not able to meet their goals for this fiscal year. Next slide, please. And so here are our recommendations. Number 1, open the public hearing, hear testimony, then move to close the public hearing. Number 2, approve the draft fiscal year 2019-2020 Community Development Block Grant Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. And number 3, authorize the city manager or designee to make any necessary changes and to submit the approved draft fiscal year 2019-2020 CAPER to HUD to comply with CDBG requirements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. I think you're doing a great job. Motion to open the public hearing. Looking for a second.
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor of virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself as an aye. The public hearing is now open. Let's go to the first public comment. It is Ann Marcourt. How are you? We'll get her microphone here.
Okay.
Yes.
Hi, good evening. This is Ann Marco. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. Absolutely. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Project Sentinel is very pleased to have been serving the city of Milpitas for many years with fair housing, tenant landlord counseling. Just to let you know, we did do a citywide survey recently, and we received over 100 responses from Milpitas residents who are, let's say, housing challenged, and we are reaching out to those people from that survey to provide the assistance that they've stated that they need, and we look forward to that service. We're also working with the state LIST program that will connect residents with rent subsidies. And anyway, I just wanted to get you that information as quickly as possible. So thank you again, and look forward to continued service.
Thank you very much. Y'all really doing a great job. I just can't even describe it. It's just amazing. Okay, great. Public comment here. Come on, who's here for public comment? Now's the time. Now's the time. Next up, Voltaire Montemayor. And we'll just microphone. Yes, welcome.
Yeah, the mayor, vice mayor, city council members, city manager and staff. Yeah, it's been these people, this group, and they're helping everybody. So it's not we're talking final approval yet or final happenings. So let's consider what they plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Brief comments. I like it. All right to the point. Okay, I don't see anybody else for the public comment here, but we'll keep it open for now, just in case someone changes their mind and give them the opportunity. I will go back to the dais here. I don't really have any comments to say, but to say, our CDBG kind of a draft is where we're at, and we'll go forward from tonight. Let's go next here with my colleagues here, Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to add, when I heard Independent Living Center and the other folks that were saying that they're helping our citizens, I'm so happy that that we were one of the first cities that was already, when COVID hit, we had formed the rent relief program and contracted with Independent Living Center way before COVID hit. So we were one step ahead. So we're so thankful that we had that housing subcommittee to do all that good work for the community. And I serve on the Cities Association, and they always give us kudos. They give our cities kudos for being one step ahead. So good job, staff.
Love it. Love it. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Montano. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I beat you to the raised hand. I just lower it before I forget. But I definitely wanted to thank staff. I definitely echo the sentiments of the Vice Mayor. I know that the CDBG subcommittee spent hours framing what we really wanted to see in outcomes. And that was, I know that myself and former Vice Mayor Bob Nunez sat on this. And when we had that first meeting, I remember looking at the Vice Mayor and saying, wow, this has not been updated in years. And what we were doing was we were giving funding to the same organizations, and we literally remapped the whole process. And Robert and Sharon, I just want to tell you how proud I am. I always tell you guys this, but from the bottom of my heart, thank you for the work and the turnaround that you guys have been doing. Because I remember those first couple of meetings when we were thinking, what are the metrics that we want to see out of this? What is the impact that we want to see? And then really going through the weeds, right, with our nonprofit partners. And I want to thank them as well, because I remember we had to bring them back. And it was one of those hard decisions that we made as a group, right? Should we bring them back? Or could we just move with the same system that we had? And we realized that we really had to vent and give an opportunity for our nonprofits to see what could we do. And this was pre-COVID. So when COVID hit, we were ready. And Robert and Sharon, your guys' team made it happen. And I'm seeing these metrics, and I'm seeing how these funds have really impacted folks. And this was exactly what the Vice Mayor and I were thinking, and that vision of let's make sure these groups are not being left behind. And you guys made it happen. And so thank you so much for presenting the metrics. I'm ecstatic to see them. And I want to thank, again, our nonprofits for hanging in there with the CDBG subcommittee. I think we did something phenomenal that the city has not done in many, many years, which was reframing how we give out CDBG funding. And this is an exemplary example of what happens when you take time in the process, but most importantly, when you're not afraid to change the process. So thank you so much for making it happen and for impacting the lives that we impacted here in Milpitas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I thank and appreciate my colleagues for experimenting with the CDBG subcommittee, and I know that we've dissolved it. Next up, we have Vice Mayor Montano.
I just wanted to make a comment that I'm really glad to see Robert Musalam. I haven't seen you in a long, long time since we were meeting with the housing subcommittee, but it's good to see you. Just wanted to say
He's been busy working.
Good to see you.
Okay, great. All right, I'll move to close the public hearing. Looking for a second.
Second.
We have a second by the Vice Mayor. I got a quick here. We had a second by the Vice Mayor. All in favor of virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. Thank you very much. The public hearing is now closed. Great. We've got a bunch of comments. I don't see any further virtual raised hands. So I'd like to move the item in its entirety. Looking for a second.
Second.
Oh, that was a hard. See, it's a hard job. I gotta, I think we have a second by Councilmember Chua. All in favor of virtual call, Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself is an aye, and we have approved item number 13. Thank you, everybody. Robert, take care. And Sharon, thanks so much too. Yeah.
Good seeing you.
Yep. Okay, moving on here under community development. Thanks for being with us here tonight, folks. We're actually ahead of schedule. Let's keep it going. All right, knock on wood. Didn't mean to jinx it. Sorry. Item 14. Let's receive a staff presentation on the status of accessory dwelling units in Milpitas and city's efforts to increase ADU production. And we'll go to our director of planning here, as well as our director of building safety and housing. So we have with us here Ned Thomas and Sharon Goey, who's with us now.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Ned Thomas, your planning director, and good evening, members of the council. So we have tonight a presentation for you about many of the different initiatives that the city has underway, many of them at the council's direction, related to accessory dwelling units. And we thought it would be good to provide you with an update on that. We have our principal planner, Jay Lee, who is focused primarily on long-range planning items. He's been working on this and a number of other policy initiatives, and he is going to give the presentation tonight. So I'll introduce him, and then Sharon and I are both here to help answer questions as well. And I believe Bill Tott, the building official, is going to help with the presentation.
Welcome, thank you. Welcome, Jay. Is it?
Yes, Jay Lee.
Yes, welcome. There you are. Okay, great. Welcome.
All right. Good evening, council members. I've been with Milpitas now for just over a year. Haven't been in the office, but I have met Ned and some other folks. So, but I'm excited to finally be here for my first presentation to this council. Per council's request, I'm here to present an update on the city's efforts to increase ADU production in Milpitas. Next slide, please. I'll start by providing a background of this topic, including the state's efforts to increase ADU production and ADU production in Milpitas. Then I'll go over the city's efforts to promote ADUs, including the ADU Toolkit, online ADU visualization tool, ADU Mondays, Safe ADU Legalization Program, and ADU Corner. Then I'll conclude this presentation by going over the next steps. Next slide, please. All right, so what is an ADU? An accessory dwelling unit. It's an accessory dwelling unit with complete independent living facilities, including permanent sleeping, eating, cooking, and sanitation for one or more persons. It's also known as a second unit, in-law unit, or granny flat. As you can see on the slide, there are 4 main types of ADUs. I'll start a little bit out of order, but the first one is the detached ADU, which is a standalone ADU in the rear, typically in the rear yard. Then you have your attached ADU, which is constructed as an addition to the home, but with separate access. And then you also have an ADU conversion, which is the conversion of existing space, including garages, which is a common type. And lastly, you have the junior ADU, which is a relatively new type. It's the conversion of existing space as well, and has a maximum size of 500 square feet. You could also share the bathroom with the primary unit. And one thing to note is that you can have a junior ADU and an ADU both on one single family lot. Next slide, please. So what's all the fuss about the ADUs? Well, over the years, the California legislature has revised ADU law to streamline and facilitate ADU production by imposing limits on local authority to regulate ADUs. Several bills have been passed to require cities to approve certain ADUs ministerially and streamline the review process, eliminate parking requirements, which may limit on-street parking availability in some neighborhoods, eliminate certain utility connection fees, and relax applicable zoning and development standards. The state has also established several grant programs, including the SB2 grant program to help cities update their municipal codes, provide resources, and implement these recent changes to state law. Furthermore, in recognition of ADUs as a viable housing solution, the state allows local jurisdictions to count ADUs towards meeting their regional housing needs allocation. Next slide, please. So now let's look at recent ADU production in Milpitas. As you can see, while ADU production in Milpitas has increased significantly from 2017 to 2019, production slowed in 2020 due to the ongoing pandemic. However, with many residential neighborhoods that can accommodate ADUs and are accessible to public transit, Milpitas is well positioned to increase its ADU production. Next slide, please. Therefore, city staff has initiated a suite of projects and programs to streamline ADU production and provide innovative resources to homeowners, architects, and builders. Planning staff is using grant funding from the SB2 grant program to create 2 land use and zoning tools, the ADU Toolkit and an online ADU visualization tool. City staff has also implemented the ADU Monday program and created an ADU webpage called ADU Corner with a catchy name, and will develop the Safe ADU legalization program to provide valuable resources for the public. Next slide, please. So the first project to go over is the ADU Toolkit. The city hired Meta Urban Design to prepare a toolkit that will clarify complex requirements, provide user-friendly, be user-friendly and serve as a one-stop guide. And it will also have a great emphasis on visuals. It'll cover topics including zoning standards, building, fire, utility requirements, permitting fees, and legalization. And the hope is to facilitate ADU production. So as you can see in this visual on the slide, the toolkit will rely heavily on illustrations like this one, which shows 2 permitting options. ADUs complying with objective standards are eligible for a streamlined ministerial review, while non-conforming ADUs require, the ones that don't conform to the requirements in the ADU section of the code, will require a minor site development permit, which allows for a public hearing process in case the ADU might have a significant impact on the neighborhood related to topics like parking, privacy, or community character. The goal is to inform, inspire, and guide homeowners through a full service review process and improve customer service. The toolkit will be launched later this year in a web-friendly format to maximize its utility and accessibility. Next slide, please. So I've included a few slides to show an example of how the ADU toolkit might address one type of ADUs, detached ADUs. The visuals will be informative yet relatable. Next slide, please. The toolkit, as you can see, will utilize a variety of diagrams to illustrate all the development standards in a clear and intuitive manner as shown on this slide. Next slide, please. As you can see, complex regulations like setbacks, building separation, and height are much easier to understand when they are brought to life through illustrations. All right, next slide, please. Now on to the next tool, which we're really excited about. Another project that the planning department is working on is an innovative ADU web tool to complement the ADU toolkit. The city has hired Symbian to utilize and implement the proprietary software program. The online ADU visualization tool will allow homeowners to research property information, applicable standards, and determine whether an ADU is allowed on their property, browse pre-designed and pre-selected ADU models and floor plans, sketch and locate an ADU on their property based on the size and location of their property and Milpitas' development standards, and download ADU reports with a summary of requirements, estimated costs, and permitting process. Next slide, please. So I know this is a little hard to imagine, so I wanted to provide some screenshots of what we have so far. Some other cities have already implemented this, but this is a property in Milpitas, and we just selected one as an example. As you can see, this tool is unique in that you can either design your own ADU or select a pre-approved model and determine where it can be located in order to comply with Milpitas' regulations in real time. This program already takes all of our regulations, and as you move the unit around, it'll tell you whether it complies or not. It also provides the basic specifications and estimated cost for each model. So if you see it there on the left, if I were sharing a screen and showing you the web page, you can scroll through and they have many different types of models, and you can click on each one and it'll show you the details, which is really awesome. So for the next slide, please. This is another part of the web page, which is, I think, extremely helpful. You can pull up the applicable standards depending on the type of ADU you are interested in. So if you're interested in attached or a detached conversion or a junior ADU, you can click on each one and it'll prepare a report automatically with the main regulations that apply to your property specifically. Next slide, please. Another awesome function of this tool, which is more so for internal staff, but still, city staff will be able to utilize the tool to conduct analysis and compile data. For example, we can utilize an interactive GIS platform, like you see right there, to research all the parcels that can accommodate a detached ADU at varying sizes. So you can filter based off of different parameters, but I just selected one here to show you. It's really awesome where you can see, which properties can accommodate how large of an ADU. It's a really powerful tool, as you can see. So just overall, we're really excited about this visualization tool, which along with the toolkit will set a high standard of customer service through technology and also help establish Milpitas as a forward-thinking city. Next slide, please. And for this part of the presentation, I'll turn it over to Bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay. Good evening. Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members and citizens of Milpitas. Rounding out the current efforts by city to promote ADUs, we have the ADU Monday program, Safe ADU Legalization Program, and the ADU Corner on the city website. The ADU Monday program, which you see here, has been very successful in that all 5 of the available 30-minute slots on Mondays since the program launched have been filled. The program provides opportunity for residents to consult with staff from building planning and land development on general questions regarding ADU development for their property. Residents schedule their consultation by utilizing the online scheduling app, which is very simple to navigate and sends a confirmation email to the resident that assures them that their request has been received and scheduled. Next slide. Next, we have the Safe ADU Legalization Program, which is a 1-year pilot program. It's designed to assist and encourage residents to legalize and improve the safety of ADUs that were constructed or converted without benefit of permits. The main components of the program include a legalization checklist that highlights key requirements, detailed handouts that give procedures for permitting and inspections, community outreach through social media, and relief from paying the inspection investigation fee that is usually added in code enforcement cases for non-permitted work. Next slide. So finally, we have the ADU Corner on the planning web page, and it acts as a comprehensive one-stop collection of useful ADU-related information, including links to the ADU ordinance, scheduling ADU Monday appointments, FAQs, various ADU resources like parking requirements, plan review, permitting, and utility connections. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Jay to close out the presentation.
All right, thank you, Bill. So the next steps here, first, of course, we will continue the successful ADU Monday program, and then we will develop a new webpage. So we do have our ADU webpage, which has been working great, but we have a lot of separate web pages, and we want to funnel all of this to one page that really encompasses all questions and all things development. So we really think this will make it much easier for our residents to navigate our webpage and really get what they need. And then we will also develop, as Bill talked about, the Safe ADU Legalization Program. Then, as we mentioned these projects, we're hoping to launch the online ADU visualization tool this summer and the ADU toolkit in the fall. All right, so this concludes our presentation. We are hopeful that all these efforts will streamline and facilitate ADU production as an affordable housing option for Milpitas' residents, but also as an efficient and sustainable solution for the ongoing housing crisis. So thank you for your time, and we're available to answer any questions.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Ned, Jay, and Bill. Just a delight, the planning department. I'm really happy to see the statistics or the data on what's happening, the ADU activity here in Milpitas, when there's a couple dozen or so projects happening in a given year, whichever year it was. It says a lot. I understand the city to have approximately 50 neighborhoods residential across the city, and to see a couple dozen ADU projects happening. If I saw that correctly, I can't even believe it still, but that says a lot. That means over half the neighborhoods on average in Milpitas, there's an ADU happening. I mean, that's pretty impressive. We're not looking for 1,000, 2,000 number here in Milpitas. We are a small city, as we all know, and those numbers are very encouraging. During a time where the state's looking to take local power away to rezone our single family neighborhoods to higher density up in Sacramento. Here we are in Milpitas, empowering our residents through the city and planning department. We are empowering our residents to add roofs for our Milpitas family. I go on nextdoor.com and I see posts about, oh, my neighbor's building an ADU and this or that. And, I like it. I like it a lot. And maybe we all know on the city council, maybe we all know somebody in town that's building an ADU. I know the Caro family, in our northeast part of town, they're building an ADU for their parents. And the timing could not be better in thinking about the baby boomer generation. And these really are granted units for some. And so it's just really great, our tax dollars at work. And I want to really talk about the history of it too, shortly, with our California State Senator Wachowski, leading the charge for ADUs in Sacramento in the, I think, 2015, 2016 time period. And, that really inspired our city to pick it up 2016, 2017 and put it to action. And here we are in 2021. And I do want to give a shout out to Councilmember Evelyn Chua, our ADU champion here in Milpitas. No one does more, on the council with ADUs than Evelyn Chua. So just giving love. I love it. I love it. Okay, next up here with the virtual raised hand, Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So staff, great job, great presentation. And I love the one-stop shop for the ADUs and using that toolkit. This is awesome. And I want to give a big shout out to Evelyn Chua. She is the brainchild of this, the ADU Mondays. I salute you. Great job. And I'm glad that staff was able to run with it. So shout out to you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We're keeping it moving here. Next up here, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just like, this is like Christmas to me, because this is what I've been dreaming about ADUs ever since I got exposed to ADUs by, like you said, Mayor, Senator Wachowski is like, to me, the father of ADUs. I'm kind of like a disciple, if you will. So anyway, well, I just want to share a story that Sharon told me about the ADU Mondays. They were testing it, and they were testing the ADU Mondays, the emailing, signing up. And Sharon said, oh, wait a minute, these are not our testing names. They have 2 people already signing up during the testing, and good thing they didn't delete it, because they thought they were like test data, but they were real data. So that was kind of like, we were laughing at it. So anyway, thank you so much to everybody, to Ned's team, to Sharon's team, to GIS, Mike's team. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Chua. Always. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you so much, Evelyn, for definitely the idea of ADU Mondays. I don't know if you remember, but we met. I used to work for Senator Bob Wachowski, and this was my item. And we met when we were drafting the policy. So I drafted this policy. I don't know if you remember me. when I worked for his office. So we met and we envisioned this back then. And I remember we moved it through Sacramento. And when we moved it, the senator and I joked, and he said, you know, one day, because we were talking about how expensive it is to live here. And he said, one day you're going to be applying for an ADU because unfortunately, you know, that's all you're going to be able to afford. And I remember looking at the senator and being like, oh my God, you're so right. And he was. And it's ironic how all this works. But I remember when we talked about streamlining this and making it easier for folks. And so staff, thank you guys so much. When we started this work, all of us here on this council together, we envisioned exactly what you guys are presenting, which is an easy way for folks to go online, mainstream the process, and they've already have a unit for us to legalize it without much penalty, and ensuring not only the safety of those who are applying for the permits, but also the safety of our first responders, because they were going out to these plots during an emergency, and it wasn't matching what they were seeing on the framework. So thank you so much. I know that these have been long conversations. I've been out of being a staffer now for, oh boy, it's gonna be like 5 years now. But to see it really move from an idea at a staffer level to working with the community, like community members at the time, Evelyn, and then seeing it really through the lens of a council member, let me tell you, I'm living my dream. And just like Councilmember Chua said, it's like Christmas and New Year's, because this is exactly what good policy, when the state and the cities work together, this is what happens. And so thank you, staff. Again, you guys rock. We're small but mighty, but definitely thank you for moving the vision that, you know, our office in Sacramento under the leadership of Senator Bob Wachowski. I definitely need to give some kudos out to, I know there was some Andre, he worked so hard on this in the Senate's office, as well as some members up in Sacramento. And so know that the spirit of a staffer, I always say, if they make the world go round, and that's all of you on this call. So thank you very much for staffing our Milpitas community and for building the vision for our community, for making it easier for me. I'm excited to build my own ADU and go through the process to build an ADU at my parents' house, because it seems like that's all I'm going to be able to afford for a while. So thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate it. And I'll definitely give you some feedback. I did have one question. In terms of feedback from the community on their experiences with ADUs or any challenges that they may have, is there a way that we're captivating that information and that feedback, which includes maybe some of the parking challenges that we may or may not? I know that was a conversation back in 2019, I think, that we had, of just trying to figure out what would happen if anything. I remember having that conversation. So I'm just wondering if we're tracking that feedback, and then if we could report it out at a future council meeting as we're getting the updates, but just wondering if there's a way for us to capture that.
Thank you, Councilmember Dominguez. I'll speak, and then Sharon, if you want to add anything. I believe as part of ADU Mondays that we are keeping a record of the people who call in. One of the unexpected additions to ADU Monday, if you will, we kind of envisioned that as for people who are interested in building an ADU and having questions about it. Another way that's being used is some neighbors who may have concerns about ADUs showing up in their neighborhood with things like parking, and as well as other concerns, are also calling in and expressing those. So we are keeping a log of each of the visits and the topics that are talked about, so that we can maintain some consistency among the answers that we give. And yeah, we can certainly keep track of those issues. And as we bring additional presentations like this one back to the council to update you, we can include that data as we collect it. Sharon, anything that you wanted to add to that?
Thank you, Ned. I think you've summarized well, that we've been able to collect some of this data since we launched the ADU Monday program on March 15th. And then we've been seeing some kind of common questions from community members, so that helps us improve our consistency as well in providing the information to community members, and we'll continue to streamline the process. And we're also trying to track, as this program continues, how many of the residents that do set up this ADU Monday appointment with us and explore the idea of building an ADU, how many of them actually proceed to submit for a building permit application and then pulling a building permit and complete construct the ADU on their property, so that we can really gauge the success of the program and the interest from the community, and just further build upon that to increase affordable housing stock in our community. So
thank you so much, Ned and Sharon, for that answer. Yes, the only reason I'm glad, Ned, you did touch on the concern that I had is I have been getting some emails from community members with exactly that concern, where ADUs are just popping up in their backyards. And so definitely just making sure that we are captivating that information and following up with those, because again, it's just making sure that we're moving through the legalized option and that they're showing up at ADU Mondays to move through to pull the permits, right? And so my interest would see is I want to see if there's a correlation in between affordable housing, so those that are building ADUs, and if there is a correlation with a financial impact where they can't pull permits because they can't afford to expedite the permit because of the cost. So that's kind of what I'm trying to get to, if maybe that feedback helps you as you're captivating this feedback, because I will be moving with those questions later on, because I really want to see the correlation of who's building the ADUs. Is it people who need affordable housing, or for what other reason are they building the ADU? And then again, like I said, I want to really see if there is a cost that is not allowing folks to pull those permits, because I could only assume there might be a correlation, but that data will be definitely helpful, I think, as we move to perfect the program. So thank you so much again for your help and for the answers. I appreciate the time here.
Thank you so much. Let's go to public comment. First up, we got Tim. Welcome, Tim. Tim Bobian, how you doing? Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Tim Bobian, Director of Government Affairs, representing the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors. We just want to thank the City of Milpitas for their commitment to increase ADU production. We applaud the creation of the ADU toolkit and the other policies that will streamline the permitting process, and look forward to seeing the final products later this year. Complex permitting process can often increase costs and dissuade residents from building an ADU. This is going to be a major step in the right direction. ADUs are a great solution to our region's housing crisis and a creative way to help cities meet their arduous RHNA goals. They create valuable infill density in a region where land is scarce and incredibly expensive without overly impacting neighborhoods. And not only do they provide naturally affordable housing for our young professionals and our seniors, they help our homeowners continue to build equity in their properties and generational wealth. Thank you again for your support on these policies and your work on this item.
Very well said, Tim. Thank you for being here with us tonight. I don't see any further public comment. We'll go back to the virtual dais. Thank you so much. Okay, great. Thank you, everybody, for your comments and thoughts. I do see one more public comment. Oh, wow, here we go. All right, there you are, folks. If you're here for public comment, we're here for you too. You've raised your virtual raised hand. And next up, we have Malika Bevara. Welcome.
Hi. So good evening, everyone. I've been a Milpitas resident for more than 20 years. I wanted to express my concern, my anger, and frustration at the ADU rules and their implementation. The ADU rules in Milpitas robs us of our backyard privacy, raises safety and security concerns, and environmental pollution right into our backyards where we spend most of our time. This at a time when we cannot go anywhere else because of pandemic except for our backyards is really bad. To give you more specifics, our backyard neighbors started construction without our knowledge or of other neighbors. To our horror, we found out that this was a two-story structure right at our fence, though their primary structure is only single story. We also found out that the second floor window is huge with clear glass overlooking our backyard. And to that horror, we found out that this is to be given for rental. It seems that the ADU rules care about houses looking good from the front. We understand this is California law promoting ADUs for a good cause at the expense of single-family homes. But at the minimum, we ask that you enforce that the windows be made opaque for this home and all such homes, even if a permit was already given some time back. It's not fair that people are
Very
making.
much. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Next up, we got Prasad, and each person gets 1 minute. So it's going to be different folks. Prasad Bivara. Okay, I want to give individual persons an opportunity to speak. I did see other virtual raised hands. Next up, we have Yan Gao. Okay, I don't see it. Yan Gao, I did see your virtual raised hand go up a couple times and then disappear. I do want to recognize you. I do not see your virtual raised hand. I do see you here. If you'd like to speak, Yan Gao, since you did raise your virtual hand and caught my attention. If not, that's it with public comment. I want to reaffirm my commitment to ADUs. Okay, here we go. Yan Gao. Oh, wait for your microphone. Unmute your microphone.
I'm concerned about the neighbor built the two-story unit. It's only a few feet between our backyards. So from there, 2 floors window, they can see our master bedroom clear. So I don't want to someone can see our master bedroom every day. So I don't have privacy. I'm not comfortable. So I request a change window to obscured. So this can give us some privacy. So I'm not sure who can help me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Yan. Okay, great. Any further public comment? Okay, great. Yeah, I just want to reaffirm my commitment to ADUs. I do hear folks' concerns, especially in single family neighborhoods. I grew up in one here in Milpitas, and it was my grandma's still there, but 2-story house, and there's another home adjacent behind us that was also a 2-story house, and just a little to the side, it was single story. So yes, from the second floor, you are able to see from that vantage point, but that is not new to Milpitas. There are homes all across the city where folks can really look over, and so I reaffirm my commitment to our ADUs, and there's a lot of creative ways if folks do want privacy. I know it's a hard conversation to have, but there's all sorts of landscaping and things for folks to really have their backyard as they see fit. So I hear your concerns, but I do believe folks should have the right to do something equal or less on their properties. And I think ADUs are equal or less to their primary structure. So if there's no further comments by the council, I want to really thank our planning department, Bill, Jay, and Ned. This presentation and item has been received. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on here. Item number 15, receive a staff presentation on bike and scooter share options and policy considerations for local jurisdictions. Hey, maybe I'm not going too far. Hey, Ned, how you doing?
Hello again, Mayor, members of the council. So since we had Jay here tonight and he did well on his first one,
Oh my goodness.
I'll let him do his second presentation, and which is on a slightly different topic, but he's also been working on micromobility, which, as you can see in the agenda, shared micromobility is fancy planner term for the scooters, the e-bikes, and the shared bicycles that you see around San Jose and other cities. Now, with the opening of our transit center, the BART service in Milpitas, we expect, and we have actually been approached by a couple of different vendors about having this type of, we refer to it as first mile, last mile connection. I guess you could take your e-scooter to your ADU if you wanted to be a real Milpetian, future Milpetian. Jay has been working on, or he will be working on this project, but before we get too far along, we have made this presentation to the Transportation Subcommittee and thought that we're asked to bring it to the full council. It's more of an informational item, and also Jay has a couple of questions for you. I was looking for some policy guidance as we kick off this project as well. So I'll turn it over to Jay for a quick presentation on micromobility.
All right, so everyone will have to listen to my voice a little longer, but I am here to present on the various micromobility policy options for our city. So as Ned alluded to, this is a mode that is rising in popularity as a first and last mile solution, really to support public transit, existing fixed transit lines, but also as a recreational option for residents and visitors alike. And I think this topic is especially relevant given Milpitas' current context. As Ned mentioned, with the new BART station and the Milpitas Transit Center, the ongoing work on the Milpitas Metro Specific Plan, really emphasizing transit-oriented development, and many other efforts. A lot is going on in the city, which is exciting to help Milpitas transition as a city moving forward. So I think this is a really good timing for this topic. Next slide, please. I'll start with a brief overview of shared micromobility, and then provide a little bit of a background and context, and then go over the key considerations and also program characteristics, and then conclude with the next steps. Next slide, please. So what is shared micromobility? The Transportation for America defines it as any small human or electric powered transportation solution, such as bikes, e-bikes, scooters, e-scooters, or any other small lightweight vehicle that is used as a shared resource between multiple users. The National Association of City Transportation Officials defines it as fleets of small, fully or partially human-powered vehicles such as bikes, e-bikes, and e-scooters. These vehicles are generally rented through a mobile app or kiosk, are picked up and dropped off in the public right-of-way, and are meant for short point-to-point trips. Next slide, please. So quickly, these are the main types of vehicles that are used in these systems. You have your standard bike, which we're all familiar with. Then you have e-bikes, which are battery powered, need to be recharged. They are pedal assisted with different levels of assistance. So you can get a lot of help or a little help. And they're also capped at 18 miles per hour, typically. And then you also have your e-scooters, which unlike e-bikes are fully motorized, but they are capped at 15 miles per hour by state law and prohibited on sidewalks and limited to bike lanes, bikeways, trails, and local streets with a max speed of 25 miles per hour. Next slide, please. So these are the typical goals of a shared micromobility system. First is to provide a flexible and safe alternative option, really to minimize dependence on the automobile. Also to help with short distance trips, whether they are routine trips or special purpose trips. To also be a first and last mile solution for commuters, really to connect commuters from their home to that first transit stop. And then when they come back after work, to get from that transit stop to their home, which is often the main thing that deters people from taking public transit if the right solution isn't there. And also to be an option for visitors and disadvantaged populations as it provides equitable access. Next slide, please. So I quickly want to show you some statistics from NACTO, the National Association of City Transportation Officials. As you can see, has been a rapid rise in popularity in the US, especially dockless bike share, a bike share system without a dock or a station, and scooter share systems. So you can see that they're shown in the colors orange and navy blue. It really is the big difference as from the jump from 2017 to 2018. The latest data isn't quite available. That's why it stops at 2018, but wanted to show you the data anyways. So 2020 isn't shown, but we do know based off of some reports that the total number of trips made by all transportation modes have dropped sharply due to the pandemic. But interestingly, bike and scooter share systems have generally experienced a smaller drop in ridership, and many of them have actually recovered since then. And I think the really interesting thing is that trips have shifted a little bit from really commuting purposes to recreational and social riding, which I think people are finding more valuable, especially during this time. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about the rise of these systems from a geographic perspective. Generally speaking, as you can see, they're more common in denser cities with areas where shared micromobility complements the existing land use and transportation patterns. And also, I would note that since 2018, you only see a couple of dots there, but since in the last couple of years, several more systems have sprung up and have been implemented in the Bay Area, which I'll get into real soon. So next slide, please. So this is a table showing what other cities in the Bay Area are doing. You'll notice some common trends. A common characteristic, one of them is that these cities have strong access to transit, which Milpitas certainly does. Also, they have diverse housing options. So, these aren't usually the neighborhoods that are all completely, single-family suburban neighborhoods, but you have different housing areas, some areas that are a little bit denser, which is maybe where this kind of system may work a little bit better. For Milpitas, the first thing that comes to mind is around the BART station. And you'll see that most of them have implemented dockless systems, but there are some challenges associated with that. So I'll get into that a little bit later. And also all these cities, most of them have implemented systems through a pilot program, really to test it first and then see what to do from there. Next slide, please. So a little bit about Milpitas's context. With the new BART station and existing VTA light rail lines, Milpitas is extremely well served by public transit and could benefit from a shared micromobility system that complements the existing public transit and also the transit-oriented development that we're trying to embark on. The Milpitas Transit Center is a critical regional transportation hub in the Bay Area. Another thing I want to talk about is VTA. They initiated a study. It's still ongoing, but it's so far what we know is that they've identified high-capacity transit corridors in the county. And they've also identified transit solutions such as bus rapid transit, which is a dedicated bus lane to have higher speed buses and more efficient service. They have also identified solutions like that to improve service on some of these corridors. And with urging from Milpitas' staff, VTA actually identified 2 corridors in Milpitas, one of which has been designated a high priority corridor. So if you look there, the numbers, it's 24, which moves east-west towards the north part of the county. And then you see number 7, is it 17, I believe, which goes from the BART station to the airport and further south. All this to say is that VTA also sees Milpitas, the Milpitas Transit Center, as a key regional hub that will only grow in importance over time. And we could potentially shared micromobility could play a key role in helping Milpitas become a more regional destination. Next slide, please. This kind of a system also aligns with and supports many of our ongoing land use and transportation efforts. As you can see, the general plan update has a specific action to establish a safe and viable bike share program. The trail, pedestrian, and bicycle master plan update, which is still in draft form, does provide several recommendations related to shared micromobility. The Milpitas Metro specific plan will establish we think an amazing vision for a great parkway on Great Mall Parkway. And then a suite of VMT and TDM, or vehicle miles traveled and transportation demand management policies, especially to take advantage of the BART station. And then also proposes extensive pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. And we also have the upcoming Milpitas Gateway and Main Street specific plan, which will establish a vision for Main Street as a gathering space, as a vibrant place where the community can gather. And then lastly, we're working on a citywide policy, which we will bring to you later. But this is to establish vehicle miles traveled as a new metric for measuring transportation impacts under the California Environmental Quality Act, which is being required of all cities due to state law. And what you can see, the common thread in all of these efforts is that we're really trying to focus on multimodal transportation to better support our neighborhoods and also deal with traffic concerns in a holistic and sustainable manner. And you'll notice that these efforts actually reflect a shift in thinking regarding land use and transportation at the state level. This is a big push of the states because they're really prioritizing reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and they've recognized the need for the importance of balancing transportation options in accomplishing these greenhouse gas reduction goals. Next slide, please. So some of the key considerations. First is location. You can have it, while most stations and docks are located in the public right-of-way, on sidewalks, or sometimes converting on-street parking, they can be allowed in office developments and shopping centers through agreements with private property owners. And another, of course, a key consideration is safety. It's important to enforce safety rules, especially for e-scooters. It's also important to educate drivers and users on sharing the road and establishing rules of the road. It's also important to have the right infrastructure in place to accommodate shared micromobility. For example, we don't want to put users in an unsafe environment, such as excessively wide, high-speed roads catered to cars with minimal bike and pedestrian infrastructure. This really underscores the need and the importance of developing complete streets for all users with bike lanes, bikeways, and trails that provide safe space for shared micromobility and minimizes conflicts with drivers and pedestrians. Next slide, please. Another key consideration is maintenance. As I mentioned earlier, maintenance has been an issue, especially for cities with dockless systems. For example, in response to complaints about sidewalk riding and improper parking, the city of Oakland started requiring users to lock e-scooters to a bike rack, an in-street bike corral, or city street signs when not in use. Another issue or a consideration is equity. Shared micromobility can provide an alternative mode of travel for the youth, elderly, and others who may not be able to drive as easily. It also can benefit low-income households that tend to rely on traveling by bike a little bit more frequently. Next slide, please. Some other considerations include the pricing structure, equity programs, data sharing for program evaluation and compliance, user education, parking, and coordination with neighboring jurisdictions. Next slide, please. So if you notice here, we did talk about this subject a little bit when we presented on the Trail, Pedestrian, and Bicycle Master Plan. So just to remind you and to really focus on this topic, because there was a lot to digest at that presentation, they were recommending a one-year pilot program. And the service area, as you can see here, again, this is in draft form, but we want to give you a sneak peek, and it is a public draft now. But we're the darker tan color is the initial area for bike share, and then for future expansion is the lighter tan area, and then the shaded areas are the areas for scooter share. The reason for that is some of the larger, wider roads near the BART station I think will be a bit more difficult to travel, even though it may be a good location for other reasons. So we want to test it out in some of these other areas, especially to fulfill to help commuters get from in the industrial or in the office and industrial areas in the west, and then the neighborhoods in the east. The plan also proposes a hybrid system to find the balance between having stations, but also having some flexibility and opportunities to park in other ways. And then the other recommendation is to have electronic vehicles, which are a little bit easier to use. Next slide, please. So before concluding my presentation, I do want to talk about everyone's favorite topic, cost recovery. So cities typically develop a pilot program through a competitive bidding process and a time-limited permit. Companies are responsible for operating and maintaining the system, while cities are responsible for operating and maintaining, or for establishing and enforcing program parameters. Cities also typically establish a contract or franchise agreement with one or more companies and collect the following fees, as you see on this slide here. So you have the city application fee, just to submit an application and for staff to review the application. And then you have your city franchise or permit fee, which is an annual fee that operators pay, to continue operating in the city and using public right-of-way. And then you have your maintenance and operation fees, a public maintenance fund or performance bond, which takes the form of a deposit, a balance. Another type of maintenance fee is a vehicle fee, which some cities utilize per device per year. And another option is a public property repair and maintenance endowment, which is also an annual fee. So for example, the city of Oakland established an e-scooter permit program in 2019, issued permits to a variety of operators, and the application fee was $2,500. The annual permit fee is $30,000. Operators are also required to pay an annual vehicle fee of $64 per vehicle, a parking fee of 10 cents every time an e-scooter is left in an official parking meter zone, and then also a performance deposit. So you really see that cities are trying to make sure that we recoup the costs and are able to pay for all the extra time and maintenance. Next slide, please. So next steps, after receiving council direction, we can do additional research and then come back to the council and continue to establish additional project parameters as we continually check in. The next slide, please. So here are some policy direction questions to help guide the discussion. The first question is, do you support the trail, pedestrian, and bicycle master plan? And we have bullet points about the service area, the type of vehicle, the system, and also the duration. Another question is about the station location, whether we want to, it makes sense to have it in the public right of way, but do we want to explore potentially, collaborating with some of our major employers and shopping centers? And then other concerns, any other concerns you may have related to safety, maintenance, etc. And then the last slide, please. So what we are recommending is that, we continue to coordinate with the Trails, Pedestrian, and Bicycle Master Plan, develop a draft micromobility pilot program based on council direction, receive initial feedback on the program from the Transportation Subcommittee, present a final pilot program to the full City Council in the fall of this year, and then establish and implement a final program that may identify potential pilot program partners. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Just interjecting, we may want to go back to the previous slide just so we can look at the questions as the council, to help the council in their discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was muted there. Thank you, IT, for helping me remind me that I was on mute. Or else I would have kept going. But a very productive night here with our planning department in the city of Milpitas, folks, and really interesting work that's happening over there on the second floor of City Hall. And thanks again for a presentation. I will say this. Having a BART station and really a transit area or Milpitas Metro, and just with all the activity happening over there and that will continue to grow, having the bike and scooter share options is really almost a necessity. I think this type of item goes hand in hand with mass transit to get people moving. With that being said, this is Milpitas, and our community is not really gung-ho about it. But I don't think that should stop the city from supporting it. I think that despite a lot of concerns in the community about this, it's kind of a sensitive issue to a lot of people. A lot of folks in town, they don't want to see these bikes and scooters scattered all over the place. I mean, it's a real deal out in the community, and I bet a nickel if you did some community engagement or a poll, a lot of folks here in town would not be happy with these bikes and scooters because they're not as tidy as we'd like for them to be. These items can really end up in waterways. They can end up in undesirable areas, and folks here in town aren't too keen at that. I think my input for the presentation tonight, because we're just receiving the presentation tonight, my input is to move it forward, but to do it with some of the highest levels of community engagement possible. We really have to get this right, because there will be one day a lot of bikes and scooters, and I really enjoy these things. I remember when I was living in New York, the city bikes, about 10 years ago, actually. Wow, time flies. You know, the city bikes were kind of the first in Manhattan. And I remember going to the city bike like, wow, I can rent this bike. You know, I can ride up Broadway or through the avenues, you know, go to Lower East Side or wherever, just bikes. And it was just great. And people used them and they were helpful and they were an option getting off the subway. And so I really do think having a BART station here, it's really important and necessary that we do have this these types of modes of transportation. But you know, just for tonight, I'll say, as we move forward, we really have to have the community engagement piece, because our residents will sound off. And I'm proud of that. You know, I love a community that makes their voices heard. And so back to the slide here, policy direction. Of course, you know, it supports our plan here with the Trails Pedestrian Bicycle Master Plan. But, you know, if these companies are going to come in and implement the bikes, you know, are we going to put the bikes, the racks, the stations throughout the city, or are they going to be more geared towards the West Side BART station? But, you know, I think that'll be to the side in the future. Station location, you know, we'll have to do our best. I mean, you know, the location of every station is really, some may be public, the other may be private. I mean, we just have to make them fit, and we have to make sure the feng shui is there. You know, it just has to be in an area that makes sense. You know, typically I've seen these bike racks kind of nearby curbs, whether it's private property or public. So, I mean, the location in terms of the public or private, it really doesn't matter so much as really, you know, kind of the cohesiveness of the stations to the location where they're at. So, and then I already said my other concerns. I had to put that in the front because I want everybody to know there are some opinions about this item. So, but overall, I think this is great, and it'll definitely be more of a benefit to our community than some of the issues that may be at hand. Thank you. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the time, and thank you so much, staff, for the wonderful presentation as we begin to move through this micromobility and developing the policies and practices for Milpitas. And I echo some of the sentiments that the Mayor has shared with ensuring that, one, that there is a community process and that it's ahead of time to ensure to get their feedback, what they're thinking. I think that will help us direct the station locations. I do believe that if we are able to build private partnerships with some of our local businesses to make sure that they're, you know, one, I want to make sure that they're accessible to our residents, but I am concerned about just the areas that they're, you know, seeing a bunch of scooters at the corner, right? And so that is the first picture that comes to mind to most people when they talk about the micromobility policies. So definitely making sure that we are doing a service area limitation, I think, is very important. Trying to move into partnerships with our existing businesses. Maybe that could help park the devices either on designated bicycle racks, or maybe we could talk to the provider, whoever moves forward, you know, who we move forward with to develop this partnership. Because two of the things I would really want to see is making sure that there is a plan on how to identify the scooter. But the other concern, and I see this in San Jose because I work there, is that folks come in and charge, they pick up a bunch of scooters at the end of the day because they charge them and they get paid to charge these devices. So since we're going through COVID, it would be interesting to explore, I think, even the an economic development opportunity with the implementation of either e-bikes or e-scooters. And I see it in two ways. One, I see it as ensuring that Milpitians are the ones that are, if there is a financial impact, especially where they could make revenue for their household, that it's going to be someone from Milpitas, that it's not going to be someone from San Jose or someone from somewhere else collecting these scooters and then dropping them off in the corner. I think that if we could somehow form that partnership, that would be amazing. The second part that I see with economic development is I know some of these scooters will do third-partied out advertisement on the scooters or on the e-bikes. So I would like to make sure that if there is that third-party structure, that it's for Milpitas businesses. I would not want to see businesses from another different area. And I actually think we could maximize this by maybe even having, I know one city does like, their chamber puts like top 10 places to eat, and they put it on the flap where they are activating the scooter. So I think doing things like that, or a scan code to say, you're in Milpitas, you need somewhere to go. I think there could be an economic development component that we could do there. The other concern that I would like to see that I have, and I would like to see some policy around, is our environmental impact. And the reason I say this is because sometimes we find these scooters in our creeks and in our watersheds. And so I'm really concerned about that battery pack that is charged and what it's doing to our watersheds. So I think if we're able to find a way that we could track these scooters, who's dropping them off, who's picking them up, where they're dropping them off, and working with the provider, I think we could lessen that from happening in our city, but I do want to bring it up. And so with that, I think the fees are important. The other thing that I believe is important is, so we're talking about the mobility, and I apologize to my colleagues. This is something I am really passionate about. I've been putting a lot of research and work into this because I see some of the drawbacks at some of our neighboring cities. And as the mayor said, I know that there is some hesitation from folks in Milpitas. And so I think this is a great opportunity to close that last mile and to bring some equity of transportation to some of our challenging neighborhoods in Milpitas that need that transportation. I personally have not mastered a scooter. I visited my daughter at least 3 times in San Diego, and they have a great pathway for scooters, and I still can't get it right. So with that comes safety concerns. I know some cities have implemented helmets for children, in particular, if they are on these scooters, to make sure that there's a community plan, that we are doing that educational piece is very, very important to me. The system in itself, again, I think when we think about the pedestrian clear zones, that is also something that catches my attention, because I think Milpitas has some main streets, and I will use Calaveras for example. So we have this main corridor that belongs to, it's a state highway per se, but I know that there is a lot of other corridors that unfortunately are not ADA compliant. So it's that curve, right? So I don't know if we could somehow maybe assess our own, especially those main streets around the Great Mall, Calaveras, because we know that these scooters and these bikes are probably going to be going around there. And as we're moving into the pedestrian bicycle plan, master plan, which I totally support, I think we really need to, San Jose, I know, just got caught up with investing millions of dollars because their curbs were not ADA compliant, and they were getting, from what I hear, a lot of lawsuits. So for me, I want to make sure we move into a prevention aspect And so let's work with the state to identify. I know there are some curves right there on Calaveras that are not ADA compliance. And so it'd be really hard for bikes to move up and down from those corner streets. So that safety element for me is concerning. So I will go ahead and just stop there because I could probably go on and on. So what I will do, Jay, are you the primary contact for this item?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and send Steve just my notes on some of the stuff that I have, would like to see as we move forward through the policy, and that way you could also find my direction there, because like I said, I could probably go on and on, but I definitely want to be very cautious of my colleagues' time. But please know I thank you for bringing this discussion forward, and I look forward to seeing it go through Milpitas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to follow up on Councilmember Dominguez's comments. Can we get the police chief? Is Chief Hernandez here? We get the police chief here.
Mayor, the chief is in the room, but I'm not sure why he's not responding.
No,
Okay.
I'm here. It was taking a second for some reason.
Hey, Chief, how you doing? Sorry to
Status.
kind of unexpectedly request here. So in terms of these bikes and the scooters, are they prohibited on the sidewalk, or are they regulated to the street?
They are regulated to the street. They're not allowed to be driven on the sidewalks. And also a lot of the providers give recommendations to the users not to leave them on the sidewalks either because of the obstructions.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right, let's move on here. Councilmember Fan.
First of all, Jay, you're a rock star. Let's have Jay keep presenting more items in the future. I thought the presentation was very thorough. I would have to agree, on the safety component. If we can have some of our vendors provide, on-site helmets. I think most accidents that are related to e-scooters involve trauma to the head, at least the ones with serious injuries, and that can be prevented with this, just simple use of wearing a helmet. And it's gonna be one of those things where unless it's readily available, a lot of people just opt to not wear it because it's somewhat of an inconvenience to them, not realizing the, all of the safety hazards that they put themselves at risk to. So if it's available there already, that's something that would really behoove them in terms of safety. So I would ask that element to be included in part of the conversation that we're going to continue to be having with these vendors. I will say that I do agree that this, can be an economic development opportunity for us. I don't know if Alex is here tonight, but I recall having linked up with Alex and an amazing startup that was, I want to say it's based in Singapore, and it does essentially what Councilmember Dominguez mentioned earlier, really advertising local businesses. But on top of that, it actually routes you. So there's a little screen on there and it'll say, oh, if you're hungry, here's a taco spot, and it will actually provide you directions to get there. And, I recall pursuing discussions with them. I'm not sure if, anything ever came out of that, but this seems like a very unique opportunity to do something like that. Or at the very least, we will already have the infrastructure in place for bike sharing that we can implement a partnership like that easily in the future. So that's something to keep in mind. I encourage you to coordinate with your colleague on that, Jay. And that's pretty much it on my end. I think ultimately the area that we're going to see a lot of this pop up if we're going to move forward, it's going to be primarily based in the areas closest to transit. So the Milpitas metro area. And ultimately, I think that should give folks a little bit more comfort, because it's not going to be in the traditional residential high traffic areas. It's going to be in transit areas, but not necessarily high traffic area per se. So I would definitely iterate that for residents to find comfort in.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. Appreciate you. Next up here, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And thank you so much, Chief, for being on the call. You actually triggered one more note that I had, which, yes, absolutely. Thank you for clarifying they won't be on the sidewalk, but I think it's really important to, as we as staff look at the traffic flow, that we look at how could this potentially impede into that ADA access, right? So we want to make sure that anybody that is maybe wheelchair bound or is having to use that sidewalk, that there is signage in place. And that is something that I haven't seen in other cities. And I will tell you, I will share, I know I've been sharing my bicycle stories with you guys, but I have one more. So I was riding my bike by Elmwood, and it was right by the fire station. And I did not know how to use those lanes. As a new biker, I was like, okay, how do I use these lanes? And at some point I got a little scared, and I was like, okay, I can't go onto the sidewalk, so I'm going to stay closest to the side. But there's these signs up on right across the fire station, and it tells you how to use the bike lanes. And I looked up and I was like, oh, it literally told me what the lanes were for and if I was using a bike. And I thought that was, I don't know who came up with that idea, but I was so thankful to see those signs, because it did allow me to use the lanes properly. So I think that as we just move forward with the implementation, if that's where we decide to go, and developing policy, I think it's really important that we get these companies to invest in signage. If it's either on a post, just somewhere where it's visible, as we move to create, as Councilmember Fan said, a community of transportation, and we have all these elements, and people like me, right, are really learning how to maneuver through these different elements. But I think if we have those discussions early on with these companies, I think it could be a win-win for everybody. But I definitely would like to see that as part of the community educational piece, as well as I said, the community engagement piece. So thank you so much again for the time.
Thank you very much. Let's go to public comment. First up, we have Voltaire Montemayor. Welcome. And we'll get your microphone ready. Yes.
Hello, everybody. I got a lot of benefits from bikes. For me, biking is being healthy. Business eventually will grow. It's enjoyment. Pedals are motorized. For me, if I see biking people, either pedals or motorized, then I respect them. I'm happy. There should be a festival for biking someday in Milpitas. So we will enjoy. like me, I was benefited. I raised carabaos, goats, pigs, like a father, but I'm the son. I'm not late to school because I have all bikes around my house going from my barrio or barangay to the city or to the town. So in other words, it's a big benefit. It's enjoyment for me. So I like biking. I like biking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Walter Montemayor. I agree. We need bikes in every barangay. Okay, that's it with public comment. Let's go to the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you put that screen back up, the one that you want our input, staff? There you go. Policy direction questions. So yes, I do support trails, pedestrian trails, and definitely a bicycle master plan. The service area is what we're focusing on, that the transit area. So yes, I do agree with that. And you're talking about e-bikes and scooters, and say system hybrid scooters. So what do you mean by system hybrid e-scooters? So what's the difference between B and C?
If I may answer, the hybrid system is when you have a bike and scooter share that every time you finish using it or pick it up, goes back to a station. It's docked, so you have to lock it back up. A hybrid system does that, but also allows in some areas to lock to another fixed structure in the public right of way, like a post or a pole. So it's not the proposal in the plan was not necessarily to have a dockless system, which would have, you could basically leave it like anywhere. Not anywhere, but in really designated areas on the sidewalk. So that's what the hybrid system is getting at.
Oh, I get it. Okay, and then duration, 1 year. I do agree. Let's try it out for a year. Station location, that's a public right of way versus private property. Public right of way. But yeah, maybe partnering with some of the private properties like shopping centers. They might. They might want to be a partner. Other concerns, safety maintenance. So some of my concerns, I think the mayor had touched on it, is when you see them scattered, just strewn about, that I think that's what people don't like. So I think we need to get a handle on that, and perhaps like maybe having some safety zones or signage. I don't know, something, but yeah, that's probably the biggest concern, and also doing some outreach to the community, what they think about that. So the funds or the profits or the I guess the fees that we collect, where do those funds go?
So the funds are meant to account for staff time that we have to contribute in terms of maintaining any work that the city has to do in terms of maintaining, or if areas are damaged, or time meant to best vendors and operators. But really a lot of the responsibility for maintenance should fall on the operator first. It's just in case the city has to do some extra work. And any kind of a profit, it really goes to the operators, because we're having them pay us money to use our city and our public right of way.
Right, but do they go back to the general fund? The fees that they pay, or do they go to a special fund, like a transportation fund?
If I may jump in, Vice
Hi,
Mayor, City Manager, it would go to the general fund. It's a general fund funded activity, and the revenues will go to a general fund.
Okay, I see. So yeah, community feedback is a good way to get community feedback is a good way to kind of gauge where the community is looking at this. I also believe that perhaps maybe the city can provide bike racks, not just for the e-bikes, but for the general public in certain areas. That way they can have a place where to park their bikes safely. Maybe that's something that we could do as a community benefit sometime in the future, because I'm really concerned that, you know, the earlier, there was a caller that called in earlier and said that we have about 10 years to make sure that, you know, with the greenhouse gases and how the polar caps are melting. And I think in 10 years, if we don't do something within those 10 years, it'll be too late. So any little bit helps. And I think that the city providing bike racks in certain areas as a public benefit would encourage more people to ride their bikes. But I do believe that we should move forward with this. I think it's really important. That's it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, I just want to say that is just a really, I mean, that is just a really great idea to not just have these stations, but, you know, city supported just bike racks, you know, or, you know, it could be a partnership, right? Like you said, with these companies where they can build the bike racks. And so that folks can really park their bikes or lock up their bikes next to the state. That's one of the best ideas. I thank you for that. Next up, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Going over the policy directions, number one, I agree. I support the Trails Pedestrian Bicycle Master Plan. And yes, around the transit area, that's good. And the type of e-bikes and scooters is good as well. And the hybrid, I would prefer that for the dockless system to be limited for the first round, for the first pilot project, because that's where you see more scattered e-bikes all over. So I would limit that for the first year pilot program. And station locations, I agree with everybody saying that we should partner with private enterprises as well. And other concerns, my concern is like the mayor said, the outreach to the community must be solid. We have to have their feedback as well and reach out, make sure that we address all their concerns. That's it, and thank you, great job, and another wonderful project that we're looking at. Thank you all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, hey folks, just want to do a check here. We're on the second to last item for tonight. We're actually at positive time check, if I may say. We're on the second to last item for tonight, folks, all the attendees and such. And so I just want to remind folks we're doing great. Everybody's doing great. Before we move on, I do want to put a couple more comments in. I don't think I was being as thorough as I should have, but if we can, well, I don't need to look at the slide. So the service area, you know, I see the Southwest is there. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I think the service area should be more than the Southwest, actually. I really do think that the future of Milpitas activity is really a triangle. It's from the BART station to the Milpitas Town Center. And the other third point is really through to the Milpitas Gateway Sarah Center. And from the Sarah Center going back to the BART station. And so I believe that should be the service area for these type of items. Now there's two types, there's the bike and there's the scooter. I think the bikes are going to be 100% success in our community. Why? Because they must be locked. These are high value items and they're tracked. And when you're done riding the bike from point A to point B, you lock the bike. And so there's no scattering of the bikes. You know, obviously the scooters, that's really the shared concern amongst our community. But, you know, if we're going to move forward with the bikes and the bikes are ready, I think the bikes won't have much resistance at all. That type. Another type is the e-scooter. That's the one. That's that community engagement everybody's talking about. But yes, I think going forward, that is what I think is the best plan for our community. Folks are going to have the bike, and they're going to be at the BART station, but they want to go to City Hall. They want to go to a community event. They want to go to the town center where they can go to shop and to eat. And they want to go to the Sarah Center once it's, I think, hopefully redeveloped one day, and through a main street, and back to the BART station. And so I just want to really add some comments there for our staff who may be writing this down. Hopefully it makes your job easier. I think the bikes will be a smashing success, as they require it to be locked at a station when not in use. Okay, great. So once again, thank you, Jay and Ned. We've received the staff presentation. We've provided tons of feedback, super healthy. And I hope it's enough as y'all go forward and make it happen for Milpitas. Thank you. Okay, great. We're on our last item, folks. How about that? 10:09. We're on our last item number 18. Per Vice Mayor Carmen Montano, let's discuss on providing a second round of small business grants using either CDBG or federal funds to help our Milpitas small business community. At this time, I want to go to the Vice Mayor. Carmen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. So, as you recall, the last time we had the small business grant, it was a huge success. And so I want to bring it back. So tonight I propose that we implement a second round of financial assistance for the Milpitas Business Committee. This time around, we can either use CDBG or American Rescue Plan funds. We would need to discuss further when the American Rescue Plan dollars may be available. But keep in mind that this proposal does not affect the general funds, as the intent is to use federal funds. So this time around, we have a template. The first time it was, you're learning. But this time we have it down packed. The staff has it down packed. And so does Dennis King and the micro enterprise. So this will help with efficiently making the program efficient, and it'll help our business community. So as I'm sure all of you learned, that Baja Cactus closed down, and that was really heartbreaking because Baja Cactus has been around for 40 years. When I was in high school. So we need to ensure that we offer a lifeline to small businesses and to stay open again. Also, this time around, I would also like to propose that we help the Milpitas small business community like before, but we have an emphasis on helping our local daycare centers. So I was reading an article in the Cal Matters. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Cal Matters, but it talks about different issues in the state of California. And state of California, there was across California, 8,500 licensed childcare sites were shut down because of COVID, because of the pandemic, and taking with them tens of thousands of childcare spots for kids who need care while their parents work or attend school. So daycare is a necessity for most parents because many families require two incomes to get by financially, as you all know. And our local daycare centers, thank you, Alex, for doing the research. He found out that our local daycare centers provide, that there's 44 daycare centers occupying commercial spaces and 42 home-based daycare centers in Milpitas. So due to the pandemic, some of these daycare centers have had to close permanently. So in order to assist these small businesses, I propose that round 2 of grants include a total of $250,000 a grant program. So that way, approximately $40,000 to be used to help daycare centers. And since we partnered with Enterprise Foundation on round 1 of the business grants, I would like to use their services again at the same fee for 5% to act as the fiscal agent and administrator of the grant program. So in terms of the grant program eligibility requirements for businesses, it can stay the same with the exception of changing the language for both daycare and also for the commercial spaces and home-based businesses specifically. So that concludes my presentation, and I look forward to having a conversation with the City Council that results in continuing to assist our local businesses during a time when they need our assistance and leadership. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Finally prepared, finally very
And
fine.
I did want to ask if Dennis King would like to say a few words before.
Okay, yeah, Dennis, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. It was our honor to work with your Vice Mayor and a wonderful committed staff that you have to be able to help the small businesses of Milpitas. You had mentioned that Milpitas is at a pivot point. In its 67 years, this is going to be certainly a dramatic changing time for Milpitas. I don't go back 67 years with Milpitas, but I do go back almost 50 years. I noticed with interest, Councilmember Dominguez talked about being a staffer for Senator Wachowski. I was a staffer for State Senator Dan McCorkadale, actually when he was a county supervisor, and Milpitas was my turf. So I learned a lot and loved a lot about Milpitas. So it's always a homecoming for me to come back. You had mentioned about, in a sense, that there's good things happening on the horizon. People are talking about that there's light in the tunnel. If there's light in the tunnel, it's probably orange, which is good, but we're still in the tunnel. So I almost cried when I heard that Baja Cactus closed because I went back many years there too. But without pointing names, I do know of quite a number of other businesses in Milpitas that's hanging on by their fingernails. And even the grants themselves could make a very significant difference, not only for those, but also for those that are in that network, because it starts a dialogue. It starts to say, hey, we're in this community together. How do we help each other get to the next point? We know, we do see that there's light at the end of the tunnel. We just don't know how far that tunnel still is yet to go. I mean, who expected COVID to last as long as it did? And certainly whatever this new normal is, whenever it is, it's going to be different from the past. So the need is right now. The urgency is right now. And I have enormous regard for your staff. Alex and his people and so many others clearly have a passion for serving the people of Milpitas. And we'd like to be able to back that up and be able to connect them to resources that can get them to that end of the tunnel.
Thank you very much, Dennis. I really am touched by your words for our community and what it means to you as one and to many as a whole. Thank you very much. Thank you. So yeah, I'll go next here. I definitely in support of this item. We do have a unique opportunity with the federal funds, I think, or even CDBG. We do have an opportunity for a second, and I think hopefully final, hopefully second and final round of support. I hope none of our businesses, small businesses, ever need support again, but that's wishful thinking. But we'll always be here for our businesses. But I do hope we don't have to keep doing this, right? No one wants to, but this is a time where we have to. We absolutely have to. And so I'm in definite support. I think tonight is the first step. I don't have too many questions. Tonight we're not making any further decisions. We might throw out a ballpark number maybe if the vice mayor wants to, but we're not really, going to reinvent the wheel. We've done this already, and so I don't have too many questions tonight. I may have more as we go towards the finish line for this item. Next up, we have Council Member Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And thank you very much, Vice Mayor, for bringing this forward. I have a question. I just wanted to clarify. You said staff did the research. Did you do the research or did staff do the research?
On the
Staff
did.
So you didn't do any research on this item?
Yes, I did some, but staff did the research on the daycares. So why do you ask?
Because I want to know what research did you do?
To me, that it's can you defer this to? I'd like to defer this to the mayor.
Yeah, we'll defer the question
We need to stay to the topic. I mean, the whole point is to try to get funding for our businesses.
Right.
I have
Let's
a
focus
point of
on the item
clarification.
now.
Absolutely. I'll go on with my next question. Did you bring forward a memo?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. The third question that I have is, so I know that when we did the first run of funding, first, of course, we don't know what the funding, I think we got an amount. I definitely think that we should all have, there's great ideas out there. I know Councilmember Chua, I think every member on this council has brought forward an idea on how to use the federal stimulus money. But one of the things that I've been hearing from our voters is that they want to make sure that we're maximizing the money that is coming in. And so it's making sure that, you know, definitely our small businesses need the support. But we're in a very different stage than we were when we first did the first run of funding. We are now in a state where our small businesses are closing because they're thousands of dollars in debt. It's no longer giving them some sort of hope to get them through that hurdle to apply for the PPE loans, which is exactly what we did in the first round. This round would be, if we're talking about an amount very similar to the first round, it was probably, I think it was no more than 5,000. Correct, Alex? How much was it? Was it 5,000 per business that we did?
Yes, that's correct. The actual amount was, total amount was $200,000 from CDBG at 5%. $10,000 of that funding went to the Enterprise Foundation for administration of the fiscal, well, as the administrator and the fiscal agent. So that left $190,000 for granting. So that equals it equals 38 grants at $5,000 each.
Perfect. So I guess my question with, it has to do with the first question I asked, which was the research being done. I think we just need to do a little bit more research and asking the small businesses, what do they need support with? Because what I have heard from the small businesses is that they don't want any more free money because it's not enough. What they'd rather have is a sustainable plan on how to get back into an economic recovery plan that is really going to save their small business. And so I think we need to maybe explore that a little bit more. And whoever is doing the research, I would kindly ask if you could please move in that direction a little to see how we could maybe embed both programs, because just simply giving someone a check of $5,000, we're not where we were at when we started this program. We're in a very different place now with small businesses. And if we don't recognize that, then this money is not going to do justice in helping the small business rebuild. And that is, I think the taxpayers want to make sure that we're maximizing every federal money dollar that's coming in, because we're not going to get it again. So a lot of our small businesses in town that are closing, they're asking support of a different kind. And so I would just ask that we go back to them and ask them, what do you need help with? Because the majority of the small business owners that I've talked to, they don't want to see this program come again because they're thousands of dollars in debt. I talked to 3 business owners who are over $30,000 in debt in just rent. So $5,000 is not even going to give them that hope. Whereas before they were only $10,000, maybe even $20,000 in debt, because it was the beginning stages of COVID. Now, the other thing is we now have PPE that's coming through. I think that we could maximize the dollar in doing it in a very different way, where we're maximizing our services to helping folks apply for these PPE funding that is coming through. I believe we're on our 3rd wave, but our small business community is still grasping with that information. So, and I also know that Santa Clara County is now also doing this. So I guess my point is that as a city, we need to maximize the federal funding that is coming through. We should not be reinventing what the county and what the state is doing. We definitely came out strong in the first round, which I think is amazing. And we were able to get in front of it to help our small businesses. And this actually did help some of those small businesses get through it. But now the small businesses are in a very different state. And I just don't want to give them what Mayor said the first round, this false hope, because now they're over $30,000 in debt. $5,000 is not going to help them get out of it and help sustain their business. So it goes back to my second comment, which I made, which was, is there a memo? Because in the memo, we would have seen the idea really foster through. And I don't see a memo for this. And so unfortunately, I don't have all the information that I need to help move this item forward because I don't know what the idea is. You've stated it to me, but if we're going to include childcare facilities, then I would also raise the question, shouldn't we also include nonprofits? Because nonprofits are actually the ones on the ground. They're the ones doing the work right now to help our COVID community members in that COVID response. So I think Vice Mayor Montano, if you may add a friendly amendment to your memo to include nonprofits into this new fund of funding, if that is what this council would like to move forward to. Again, I'm trying to get to the yes. But I definitely hear you that childcare facilities are hurting, but I think nonprofits are hurting just as bad, especially our small ones here in Milpitas. Would you be open in including nonprofits?
Thank you for your thoughts, Councilmember Dominguez. At this time, I'm only going to be focusing on the small businesses and the childcare centers. And if you did mention that 5,000 was not enough, are you saying that you want to raise it to a higher? You would recommend raising it to a higher, donation or grant?
What I am saying is that it's not that it's not enough. It's just that the plan is not sustainable and it's a waste of taxpayer money. That's what
it's giving them a lifeline. So anybody else have any questions?
Okay, point of order here. I just want to make sure we're focused here. And so the microphone was with Councilmember Dominguez. We'll let the member conclude before we move on.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I appreciate you stating that. So at this time, I just want to clarify, Vice Mayor Montano, you will not include nonprofits into the—
Not at this moment. Thank you.
Okay, so you do not support the nonprofits at this moment?
Not at this moment, thank you.
Okay, so then the other question, I just want to clarify again that you did not write a memo for this item.
There's not a requirement for me to write a memo.
Thank you very much for that statement. Very powerful statement. Thank you. With that statement, I will go ahead and yield my time. Thank you.
Because I did a presentation verbally.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Unless there are questions from the majority of the council, a memo is not required. There is no policy that requires a memo for any proposed item or requested item. This is not the stage where we request memos. The stage where we would request a memo is prior to the item being agendized. We've already passed the stage where there's a need for a memo. We're here having a discussion about it. So I appreciate the concerns from my colleagues. And the majority of the council will direct our city staff to proceed appropriately. There's not one member of this council that has the power to dictate how the city direction will proceed. But let me check in with our virtual raised hand. Our Director of Economic Development, Alex Andrade, your virtual raised hand.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. It may help, and if you're interested, we had a partnership with Stanford University, and there were 5 undergrads that developed an evaluation for round 1. And if you're interested, we can give you some statistics of what was ultimately a successful program. If you're interested, I can share some of those statistics.
I think we'll stick to the item here, and I think that the statistics are valued, but we do want to be mindful of the time. I do want to keep moving along here, but I thank you, Alex. We ensure, and that data is available. You can email it to the council. We always ensure our taxpayer funds are held highly, and so we are very mindful of that. I do want to say one thing or two before we move along here. I think the main thing I see with our small businesses here in town is just folks not being able to pay their rent. I was over at a shopping center, and the owner of the shopping center told me only 40% of all the small businesses, immigrant owned, family owned, locally owned, weren't able to pay their rent. I'm like, wow, 40% was all. That's all of these fine businesses that were able to pay 40% of the whole shopping center. I can't say the name right now. It's just, and then even one of the persons I go to, I'm not going to say their name. I don't want to. It's this is not. I'm not here to put out people's business like that. But there's a small business I go to. They're not always vendors. It's not always a product. It's sometimes a service. And this person, they've been here for years. Milpitas business license. They have a family. It's a family business. The kids, they go to school here at our schools, and this small business owner told me I haven't paid my rent since March. And I'm like, holy moly, that's hard, and the stress of knowing that you're not paying your rent for your shop for so long. And so I do think these grants are very impactful. It gives hope for folks to catch up, because now things are open and there's a lot of back rent that's happening. And I know that if I was a small business owner, this is something that I'd be very interested in, knowing I haven't paid rent in a year. And the COVID really guidelines have been very brutal to places like nail shops. I go to the nail shop. I think years ago it was Carmen, Evelyn, and I. Years ago, I want to say 4 years ago, we were at the Great Mall. I'm sorry, I'm putting business out there. We were at the Great Mall. It was a small business, Vietnamese owned, and we were in there. I got the pedicure going. Yeah, see, they're not going to admit it. They're going to be like, no, the mayor's lying. I was not there, but I got the pedicure. But just thinking about that nail salon in the Great Mall. If I can get to the business of the matter of the business. Due to COVID, all nail salons were closed for months. I think 6-8 months. And if folks here get their pedicure mani-on like I do, this small business grant is something that is going to help folks, and I'm happy to support it tonight. I'm going to shut my mouth. Next up, Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. Question for staff. When were we going to, I guess, discuss the CDBG relief funds? What's the timeline of that? Beyond what was agendized on tonight's agenda?
I think Robert can answer this one, or Sharon.
Walter, do you want to step in on this one? Because the answer is really two parts. There's CDBG, but there's also American Relief Funds.
Sure, we'll be happy to.
Thank you.
Good evening again. So the American Relief Funds are supposed to be available to cities within 60 days of the passing of the legislation, or the signing by the president, which would be May 11th for us. We also were directed by council 2 weeks ago to come back on May 11th as part of the study session for the budget to discuss potential uses of the American Relief Funds. And then CDBG, as far as I understand from Sharon, those funds will be available a little bit later, because usually the CDBG process takes longer.
But ultimately, it was already in the current work plan for us to discuss the allocation of these relief funds?
We received council direction, correct, 2 weeks ago to discuss relief funds on May 11th.
But that is separate from this item?
That is, well, it's previous council direction.
Okay. Well, it feels a bit redundant to have separate meetings when the ultimate goal is the same, which is to provide relief, unless I'm mistaken as to what the goal ultimately is. That said, it would make more sense to me for the funds to be equally competitive to the organizations who would want to pursue the funds. I think what we could potentially be doing here is confusing people with multiple deadlines, with multiple programs. And the funds that we were planning to allocate, the funds that you're referring to be discussed on May 11th, was that going to be administered through this this organization as well, or are we administering that ourselves? And it's a two-part question, and if it's not, why are we doing it separately? If we're wouldn't it make sense for us to administer everything, or for one organization to administer everything?
So maybe I should back up a little bit. The discussion for May 11th is how to allocate the $16.9 million the city is supposed to receive over 2 years, May 11th, 2021, and 12 months later, and how to use those funds. If the council chooses and desires to allocate some of the $16+ million to support small businesses, that will be a council decision at that time. And then we would proceed with implementing this program as the council desires.
So how does allocating these funds, based off the program presented on this agenda tonight, how would that affect the pool of money that's going to be available towards that discussion in the future, or will it have an impact?
I mean, the pool of money for small businesses, or I'm not sure I'm following a council member.
Yeah, for small businesses, I guess.
So one of the reasons we also offered to delay the conversation, actually was council direction to wait until May 11th. First of all, guidance from the Treasury Department. I just checked on the Treasury's website just this evening on how to use those funds in general. Number one. Number two, the American Rescue Plan also included funding for small businesses, not necessarily the ones we mentioned here today, but also that guidance is not available yet. So since the federal government has not provided us guidance on how funds can be filtered through the states and potentially counties to the cities, we have decided, we proposed to the council 3 weeks ago to take this discussion on early May.
So, but do we have currently, I guess, in our knowledge, the guidance for the funds discussed tonight?
No, we don't. We do not have those yet. There's just the legislation signed by the president, which in broad terms supports using those funds for economic recovery. And so that's the only guidance we have.
So if we are, I guess, holding back on the overall discussion of the allocation of federal funds, because we are awaiting clarification, awaiting direction and guidance from the federal government for those purposes, then why are we having this discussion right now if we're lacking that? Is that just because council wanted to discuss it earlier?
That is my understanding.
Yeah, we made the motion, I think it was at the last meeting or the meeting before that, to do this. So there was a direction from the council.
Okay, so we're deviating a little bit then from the pool of money that is going to be discussed at the May meeting, because we don't have in either cases we don't have the federal guidance, but we're discussing this now. So we're acknowledging that.
Well, I acknowledge that we're not deviating, but I do acknowledge that this is an item for discussion tonight. When we do meet in regards to the American Rescue Plan funds, the purpose of this item that we are in the midst of right now is to have this agendized for that specific meeting for the American Rescue Plan. We want to have this ready to go concurrently on the same date as the American Rescue Plan moving forward in Milpitas, because the timing of our small businesses suffering is that important. So we are really, you could say, bumper to bumper at the light, trying to move this forward. Tonight, we are not funding anything. Tonight, we're not discussing, well, this is my opinion. I don't plan on funding anything tonight. I mean, we're not setting out the program. All we're saying is we're moving this item concurrently with the American Rescue Plan. Knowing that the stipulations will be there, we understand that.
Sure. Thank you for the clarification. I do want to just circle back to the other part of my question, which is who administers it? Like, is the relief package that we are planning to allocate, is that a different administrative process? And also CDBG, because that's part of the how it was agendized for this item. Is that also separate? And how does that compare to how we have administered and allocated these funds historically?
So regarding CDBG, there's clear guidance from the House of from HUD on how to administer the CDBG funds, and our staff is well trained in that. The guide administration for the overall the local government funding of the $16.8 or $9 million, that is not clear what kind of requirements the U.S. Treasury will pass on to us, and how we need to monitor those funds, how we need to justify the use of those funds. That's what we're still waiting for. But the dollars would be administered by the city, and then if indeed the council decides to allocate a grant program to an outside agency, a nonprofit, then obviously this nonprofit would have to follow those federal guidelines as well.
So historically, the practice is the city decides that.
The city follows federal guidelines on how to administer federal funds, and then obviously we pass on those guidelines to our partners in the nonprofit world.
Okay.
As the council decides.
But in this case, why are we having a third party come in?
I would defer to the vice mayor what her thinking was regarding. I'll say here, it's consistent with the first round of funding. I don't think that we do have any staff members that are experts in administering a stimulus funds program. And so that takes a lot of staff time. And, staff time could be 20,000, it could be 30,000. We've seen staff time calculated to 50,000. And so going with a third party expert like we have that has proven success, really we're actually saving money on the program. Talk about all the programs we have, Milpitas Assistance Program, down the list of all the Milpitas programs, administering those programs cost money. So, to me, this is a cost saving measure or step, I should say. And I hope, that's something that you'll receive.
Was that the case in the last round of federal funding, that our staff wasn't able to handle the workload of administering the federal funds through grants?
Well, look, I'm not here to say they're not able to do this or that. That's not a conversation I'll ever have in a meeting. But I will say that there is a cost to programs, from showers, mobile showers. We talk about all these things that we've tried to do. You know, I look to have showers at the sports center, but that took staff time, which costs money. And so it's not that I have full faith in our staff. I'm gonna leave it at that, period. But I will say that having this third party expert is a cost saving measure, and the service is consistent along the lines of the service in other cities.
Is there a slide on the cost analysis, just for my knowledge?
Well, no, there isn't. And so if you want, we can direct staff to bring that back for next month.
Sure, that might be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Carry on, Councilmember Fan. Okay, great. What a great segue, because I do want to go to the next virtual raised hand. Mr. King, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think there was probably some confusion on our side that we didn't clarify. We didn't just hand out checks. Most of the world doesn't really know Enterprise Foundation. Most of the business world does know the Small Business Development Center. And we're the host of that. We're the managers of that. So almost everyone that received the grant last year, we provided wraparound services. We have about 40 business advisors. And when we provide those services, we do so not just in English, but Spanish, Vietnamese, Mandarin, and other languages. And so we try to meet the small businesses where they are to find out what else do they need. In our immigrant community, there's still a great deal of fear that's out there. And what the grants have been able to do is been able to help establish a relationship. And from that relationship, we can start to explore what other options. So we do have expertise in the EIDL loans, the economic injury disaster loans, and the PPP loans, and the California grant program. And almost all the federal loan programs goes through SBA. We represent SBA. So this is not just handing them a grant and say, good luck. We want to work with you to say, well, what's your plan to get your customers back? How can we help you do that? So we try to look at the whole picture. We're not trying to sell anything. What we're trying to say is when we work with federal resources or even traditional banks, we're on the side of the small business to say, how do we help you get to where you want to go? And yes, many of them are struggling with debt. And for us, the heartbreak is we can't save all the businesses. That's really true, but we could save a lot of them. And our biggest mission is to save as many as we can on their side to help them get to a place where they can go on with their business. It's true, most businesses don't want another loan. They don't even want free money. Most want their businesses to be open again and start up again. But some desperately need it. I don't know what would have made the difference with Baja Cactus. I wish we had a conversation with them before they decided to pull the plug. And so I would also ask, regardless of the grant program, in your day-to-day operations with your business people in Milpitas, if you run across a situation where they need help, call me, call us, let us talk to them. Again, we're not trying to sell anything. We don't charge for our services. We want to help businesses prosper. What the grant program did in particular here in Milpitas, and we had the honor to do similar programs for Sunnyvale, Cupertino, and San Jose, it changed the dynamics. It allowed us to have a dialogue with trust, mostly with immigrants that are having a hard time trusting right now. There's a lot of issues in our various communities, and that at least established a bond that we could say, let's look at your whole picture. Let's look at what else that we can do to help you become successful. So pardon me if you thought that all what we're doing is writing them a check. That's only one component. Most important, it's establishing the relationships, building that trust, and building our communities together. And that's what our program is about.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dennis. Thank you. Appreciate you. Always good to get more information. So this for Baja Cactus, I know they got brought up a couple times, but I believe that they went out of business due to new ownership of the property. I don't want to be in the meeting and really assume that they went out of business because of the finances. I do want to, really be consistent with the reporting that I received. There's just the new business by the big property owner that decided to go a different way. But that doesn't say that our small businesses aren't out to clear, that they're not struggling. So I do want to be, I want to go to the person that hasn't spoke yet, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Chen. I have a question for staff. I think Sharon will be able to answer this one. Oh, Sharon, the CDBG, the last time a presentation was made to the CAC, there was like $500,000 for CDBG COVID. And I think that's where the money was. We got the money from the first funding from that. Is that true? Did you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I was just unmuting myself. Yes. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Chua. Yes. Last year we had 3 different buckets of funding. One was from the formula funding for CDBG, and then the first tranche of the coronavirus CDBG funding. And also, Robert was able to secure and found prior year funding from the last about 5 years. And the CDBG prior year funding was one that ended up being used for the micro enterprise grant program. And that was the situation last year.
So my question is, why can't we get the 250 from the same source, the CDBG COVID?
Yeah, and I'll defer that to Robert.
Thank you, Sharon. Good evening, council members. Without getting too much into the details here, we do have 2 pots of funding. We have the CDBG CV funds, as you mentioned, council member, at about $582,000. And then we have our normal formula funding that we would normally receive in any normal year at about $673,000. We can allocate money for small businesses to the from CDBG CV funding, and those funds would need to be allocated at a public hearing and notice to the public to attend, and those funds would probably be available based on our recent experience with HUD in between 8 to 10 weeks. So we are estimating between 2 and 3 months essentially. For those funds to be available. So it is possible to allocate those funds through CDBG CV.
That makes sense to me, that there is available funding through CDBG. I'm just looking at the source of funding. What happens to how this, because we're just duplicating what was done before. That's what I'm trying to say. And because we don't know the details of the American Relief Fund yet, at least we know what CDBG is looking for. I just want to clear that up. Thank you both. Thank you, Mayor Tran.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Great point. A great point. And we should keep both funding sources open. And I think staff laid that out, as well as the vice mayor with agendizing the item. So I want to do a time check right now. We have 11 p.m. policy here. So I want to make a motion to move this item forward. And we can continue the discussion at the next stage or step. Again, we have not approved $1 or 1 penny, but I do want to move this item forward. I do want to see it successful. So I want to make the motion to move this item forward. I believe, if I'm listening to staff correctly, May the 11th is when we're talking about the American Rescue Plan funds. And if that's okay, kind of in lines with the CDBG. I'm not sure if there's a different timeline for that. Walter, I'm looking at you.
So I'm not exactly how the timelines align, but we will definitely know more by that time. So I think it's a good choice to go bring it to the May 11th discussion for the entire package.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead and move this item forward. I'm making a motion to move item number 18 to May 11th, a day after my birthday. We have a second from Councilmember Chua. How you doing?
My hand's up.
There's a motion and a second.
I have a question about your motion.
We have a motion and a second. We're going to the virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Abstain.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself is an aye, and so we're moving I-18 to the May 11th meeting, and we'll talk more, folks. Thank you very much. That's it for tonight. Everything else was on consent. I do want to take a moment to touch bases with everybody here on the Zoom, our community members. We are here in April, and I feel like our ship is approaching its destination, and so we're going to take it very carefully as we approach port. I hate to say it. Our city hall does look like a ship there behind the city manager in the in the Zoom. Yeah, you see the city hall behind Steve. But some say it does look like a ship. Some say the building looks like a ship. Hey, I didn't approve it. I love it though. But we're gonna take it easy. I know there's gonna be a lot of swells and different things, but we'll keep working on it together. And if we just take every day like today, I think we'll be great, everybody. So once again, everybody have a great night. Let's get out of here before 11. Take care.
Have a good night, everyone.